we are watching you.
Timer, where are you there?
Our timekeeper, where you there? The timekeeper, where are you?
Yeah, so timer don't already did.
Now you gonna keep time for us.
All right, where our timer? Because in around, so you gonna say we don't ready to start. I beg, follow the rules. It is very important.
The rules are so simple.
Very simple. Keep them light, keep them simple, and make we enjoy ourselves.
On the way they throw ball, they mark your number.
No, leave them.
Now reminder they give on now.
Leave them.
Your number gonna get come, gonna get Ken leg.
Leave them. We they see you.
Timer, are you ready?
All right, in the next 5 minutes, with the kickstart off.
Okay. Today, record go break today.
Record go break. We go know who be who today.
More we see which person Ororo they shine for head.
And which person JJ Okocha go shake today say thank you.
Take it
for breaking record.
More we see which person Ororo there for a leg. You don't see leg, now be your result.
May we see who Okocha go snap picture. We tell her say you break record today.
You know see no there is to come close to JJ, but today you come close to him.
Baba when they dribble, I say dribble now just 1 + 1 = 2.
Baba when go there far when you shoot the ball now go you go here.
Baba when get skill. Baba when they dribble everybody so they dribble your own keeper. Everybody
Baba when they dribble with skills, with style, with teams. Hey, if JJ dribble you for field, I swear go back house.
Forget your level.
I know Jesus.
Forget your level.
I remember those days when my father watched JJ go say, "Oh my God, yes, no. we know already."
All right, make we let the gorilla made a display for just 5 minutes. After the display, our game go start now.
I just want to use this one more now. Make
yeah.
they entertain on the eye. Our gorillas in the house, DJ. Make some noise. DJ play something now.
Oh yeah, play something like our gorilla and our bear dance. Oh yeah.
No. Are you ready?
Oh yeah.
Hey, Yebo. DJ,
DJ, give us sound now. Sound, where on a day now?
Okay. We got a gorilla in the house. Hey, let's go. I say, who is in the garden? Hey. This one a big gorilla. Gorilla. We are hands down.
Na panda be this now. Panda.
Hey, panda. We are shaking panda, shaking gorilla. Shaking panda, shaking gorilla. Hey. Okay. Aya, Abba, hey, Ayebo. Somebody call him over, Ayebo. Hey. Okay. You see, Ayebo. Okay. One more time, DJ, let's go. You still waiting. Aye. Okay, JJ in the house. Okay. Take position. I am on a clap for them now. You know, easy. Give them a round of applause.
Okocha, Diego. Okocha, Diego. Okocha,
I love you past my mother.
Okocha, Diego. Oko. Give it up for the legend. Give it up for the legend.
Oh, we are saying.
Give us JJ. You don't see him now. 9 trans with this.
Oh, we are saying.
Oh, yeah, everybody gather.
Give us
Ready.
People, when we say oh, we are saying, you say give us JJ. Are you ready? DJ, bring it up, friends. Oh, we are saying. Give us JJ.
The legend is in the house. All right, everybody,
Oh,
take your position.
Saying.
Take your position.
Give us JJ. Make some noise. Welcome, sir. Hold on.
Okay,
Hold on.
okay.
Hold on.
Okay, how are we doing? Are we ready? Are we ready to smash the record? Okay, I'm here with you guys. We're going to make it happen. Let's keep it simple. We'll eat later. Okay, we'll eat later. All right? But please, let's try and keep it simple. Okay, we are playing for time, not for skills, just for time. So just keep it up. Make it as simple and easy as possible. Okay? And with you guys, we'll do it later. But let's
do it
break
later.
the record first.
Let's go. Let's do why we are here. Let's do why we are.
All right, you don't hear him. Make some noise for the legend.
Everybody, to your position
For the
now.
legend.
JJ is ready to watch you.
Oh, yeah,
To
take
your position
Take your
now.
position now.
To your position now.
Take your position now. Take your position now. Take your position. Take your position. Take your position now. We are about to start. Take your position now. We are about to start.
Take your position.
Take your position.
Take your position
We are
now.
about to start. Please take your position.
No, abroad my no. This is the
Oh yeah. Take your position now.
take
We're
your
about to kick start.
position.
Now, please. Take your position.
That's the remix.
Steward, please
The
organize
remix
your
of
ballers.
JJ Okocha.
Steward, please
look
get
at
in charge
now,
of your
look at
ballers.
here.
Organize
Look at
yourself.
where. Please take your position, please.
Briefing them well. Hello, guys. Hello. No, please. Can we go back to your position? Then what are you doing?
See
here? Why
what?
are
Do
you
your
wearing
work. Take your position.
In 5 minutes, the Guinness World Record team is going to tune in. And if they use their drone to look at us from the sky and we are not positioned well, it is over. I need everybody to take your position. Give your person space. Give your neighbor space. Do not stay too close to your neighbor. So
Spread out.
Please, madam. So that when you are juggling, the ball doesn't hit the next person. So please, spread out. You don't have to follow your number. Spread out. Please, spread out. Make sure that you are not too close to the next person beside you. There is space. We're starting in 3 minutes. There's going to be a drone from Guinness World Record, and they are going to be looking at you from the top. Stop juggling. Hold your ball. Whether you hold your ball or you put your ball on the floor and put your leg on it. Stay spread out. Please, can you see the back there? There's too much space at the back. There's too much space at the back. Some people at this side, you people are too close together. Give yourself space. It's for your own good. Please, the other people, 652. You people are just standing too close to each other. Give yourself space. It is just 3 minutes, and that is the end. We are just to raise the ball for 3 minutes. That is the end. The record will either be broken or not. So I just need your cooperation. Please. Yes, so spread out.
Please spread out to this particular place. There's space here now. Those of you piling up there, come to the middle. Look at space.
Move to it. There's anywhere that you see there's space. Spread out to reach it.
Joe, see space. Abemona, come here.
At the
space
back.
there.
Steward, go into the crowd and explain to them. If people are saying they hear English, go inside crowd. Steward, spread them by yourself, I beg. Steward, go inside the crowd. Go explain to them. I don't know how this one. Just go meet them, explain to them, say all those blue plates, they're not supposed to be empty.
You know what with the talk, immediately the drone come up, they notice that empty space, they might stop it. So please fill up this place. There's space. And just on our way back for that place, see space. Space out. Those of you on green, like please this way.
So let me just round up this information. So now listen to the guidelines from Guinness World Record. The first guideline for this challenge is you must juggle the ball with your legs or with your knee for 3 minutes at a stretch. For 3 minutes at a stretch. And you must not have the ball hit the floor for 10 seconds at a stretch. What I mean by that is you take your ball and start juggling for 10 seconds. The timer is going to be on the screen. For 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, if your ball should drop, pick it up and continue until 3 minutes is over, and that is it. Do you understand me? Please, don't use your hand. Don't use your elbow. Use your leg and your knee or your head. That is it. Once 3 minutes is over, that is the end of the record. So I suggest that anywhere that is open around you, please fill it up, because they are not going to be looking at us straight. They are going to be looking at us from the top. If the top is looking scanty, then it is also a disqualification. So the timer is going to appear on this screen, on the stage, and it's going to count down. Once it counts down, there's going to be a timekeeper that is going to say 3, 2, 1, start. And you pick up your ball and you start juggling. And you do not stop until the countdown reaches 0 from 3 minutes. Is that understood? Do we understand? Are we ready? Are we ready?
The time is now. So please pick your position. The time is now. Pick your position. Timer, please. Our timer, where are you there?
Wait, hold on. See, if you guys can fill this place before the drone fall off, please, jugglers, please, fill here. If not, if they fill from up, it's scanty. Especially this place here, please.
But this is no hard now. Make
They
them move now.
stand,
Beg
they
now.
stand, they look and see out.
Hello, spread out now, bro.
Spread.
This is not hard now.
Those of you on light
Spread
green,
enter here
please
now.
move.
Hello,
Hey.
ballers. All right, master juggler, legend. He don't do am no be today. Don't do am over and over and over again. He don't do am for house. He don't do am for away. He don't do am abroad. He don't do am for house. Skill when we say the world, then watch. Then watch and call am in name 2 times. They say na JJ. He don't decades, and he go do am again. You dey follow legend job. I beg, listen to simple instruction. I beg. The time don't they tick. I beg. Now just 3 minutes. Follow the rules. Once the timer starts, pick up your ball and start 1, 2, 3. Jog. Remember, no juggling. No use your hand. You feel use your chest. You feel use your head. You feel use your lap. And you go use your leg. No use your hand. I beg. We go soon start. The time go start.
Before we go start, make I fair they tell the information where they tell me. Be like say the English where they speak since. And I no understand them. I believe some that they hear me. It means say this one what just do now just 3 minutes. We don't go waste your time. Immediately you hear start, you carry your ball.
Yes,
start to the jog am. Even though as they jog am, the ball fall. Pick am up, continue till the 3 minutes reach. I beg. And make una fill up the space because if the draw come up, in space they you know go. Just wait to go do 3 minutes. Even though as they jog am, he fall. Pick am up, continue till he reach 3 minutes. Because they won't know whether on a fit do am reach 3 minutes.
Like Charlie, don't cast. She says she know fast. She want me for the flavor. She know they want cash.
Everybody head. in charge of the state. So anything where they want the party formation, and then we in charge. Joggers, please get set. All right, make you get set. I beg. Joggers. All right, make we start. I beg. The legend is ready. The legend is ready. In they come. All right. All right. I think we kick it off.
Okay.
Okocha will join us then. What? What? Please identify who they talk no.
The people where they come and
If
they
you don't say
patient
if you
too.
go. All right, let's start.
See, the people are getting impatient. Please, let's start, please.
All right, let's start. Okocha don't they come? Yes. I sight the legend from afar. He don't they come. Okocha go join us. He come already. Ball jugglers, let's go. Let's get set. Get into position. I beg.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Are you ready? In 1 minute, JJ Okocha will join us. He's here. He will join us. He will join us. He will join us. Let's go. We're against time. I get you already. All right, make we go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Time.
Are you ready?
Our timer.
Joggers, are you ready? And now let's go. 1, 2, go. Timer. 3, 2, 1. Start. Okay. You are doing it. You are doing it. You are doing it. Yes. 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 Yes, 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 yes. You can do it. 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 Remember, don't use your hand. Don't use your hand. Don't use your hand. You can do it. You can do it. The camera is rolling. She's moving around. She's moving around. Don't use your hands, please. Yes, you can do it.
You can.
She's moving around. She's moving around. The camera is coming close to you anytime. She's going in. JJ is in the building. JJ Okocha is in the building. He's jogging with you. Jogglers, please don't go closer. Don't go closer, please. Don't choke him. JJ is in the building. Yes. Jogglers, you're doing it. Jogglers, you're doing it. The camera, she's coming with the camera.
Yes,
please don't touch it with your hands.
Remember
don't
the rules.
Stop. Don't stop.
Remember the rules.
She can come close to you at any time.
Yes.
We are still 1 minute away.
Yes.
We are there 1 minute away. We can do this. Yes, we can do this.
Then we break the record.
She's in front of you with the camera.
We can break the record.
Let's break the record.
Then we break the record.
We are Nigerians.
Yes, sir.
Please, please.
We have to carry last.
Please,
break the record.
don't touch the ball with your hands. She can come at any time to you. She still come your front, can't check you. Don't touch the ball with your hand. She dey walk up and down.
Yes, sir.
She still near you at any time.
Yes, sir.
1 minute to go. 1 minute to go. 1 more minute to go. 4 more minutes to go. We can do this. We can do this. 50 seconds to go. 50 seconds to go. Few seconds to go.
Yes,
we
sir.
are doing it. We are there. We are Nigerians. JJ is in the building.
Yes,
JJ is in the building.
44
JJ
seconds to go.
Okocha, where we are saying,
38 seconds to
give
go.
us JJ. 30 seconds to go. Few seconds to go.
Hey.
30 seconds to
Almost
go.
there.
Jugglers, you are doing it.
26,
We are there.
27,
We are there.
24,
Remember
23,
the rules.
22,
Don't touch the ball with
21.
your hand. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We made it!
We did it! We did it! We did it! Yes!
For the champions,
Alright.
for the champions, stand up,
Stand up!
stand up, stand up.
Yeah, yes!
For the
Please, don't touch it!
champions, for
Don't
the
touch it! Don't touch
champions,
it!
stand up.
Lift it, stand
For the
up!
champions, for the champions, stand up, stand up, stand up. For the champions, stand up.
I'm proud of you all!
Here we go.
We are Nigerians!
Now it's just
We are
who wants it
Nigerians!
most.
We
It's
don't
just
give
like
up!
that's how it
When we
is.
start, we
We have
stand!
our strengths and
We
weaknesses.
are Nigerians!
Can't you see? I'm on the move, make the
Okay,
way.
everybody!
Stand up
Yeah, yeah!
for the champions,
Okay.
for the champions. Stand up,
You are a champion!
stand up,
You are champion!
stand up.
Our future legend!
Champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up,
Thank you so
stand
much!
up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up.
Yes, thank you so much. We are proud of you all. You all have shown us we are Nigerians. We are black. We are Africa. When you celebrate.
When we celebrate,
Hey, you know my mind.
we dey pop champagne.
Yellow.
We dey pop champagne.
Okay.
We dey pop champagne. Say if you carry her, you know we make you pop something. Pop, 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 pop. We dey pop champagne. We dey pop champagne. We dey pop champagne.
You and I make you pop champagne. Make you come on with this one, yes.
Oh yeah, shake body. Oh yeah, move body. Make you ring alarm. Oh yeah, shake body.
That's the bad producer. That's the bad producer. That's the bad producer. That's the bad pro. 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 That's the
Sauce on the beat,
bad pro.
sauce on the beat,
Bad.
sauce on the beat,
The bad. The bad.
sauce on the beat, 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 sauce on the
If not one thing you need, I'm Mr. Giving you all you need. Oh yeah, Sarewa, 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 Upeniwa, Sarewa, Uwolewa. Baby, go down when you go low. Sarewa, 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 Upeniwa, Sarewa, Uwolewa. Baby, go down when you go low. Sarewa, 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 Upeniwa, Sarewa. You go dance. When Kamoto don't start to play, you go dance. You go dance. When Kamoto don't start to play,
I say la campagne tropicana. Me, I don't identity marijuana. You wanna do body, you're Morgana. Ondo Oblando, Pumi, Moya Bello,
Shaku shaku, on the light, who want to let go of my shaka? Who want to let go of my shaka? Me and you, one on one, I want my woman, on the light, who want to let go of my shaka? Who want to let go of my shaka? I will take the ball from the central midfield. Oh no, can I go cross?
What is this magic? I need that magic.
Updates, yeah. Oh yeah, baby, see I is the go. Sangalo is the go. Shano is the go. Escobar is the go. Toros is the go. Naira Marley is the go. Olosho is the go. Ayinari is the go. 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 Oh go is the go. Oh this is a go. Is a go. Is a go. Is a go. January is a go. Whoa, this is a go. Malosun, this is a go. How much you want better? This is a go. Bado pass the ball, this is a go. Away match is a go. Levitica is a go. Forward, pay one leg is a go.
Please, if your bag is still there, go and get your bags. If your bag is still at the back of that, go and get your bags, please. Dancers are coming to entertain you guys. Thank you.
DJ, hold it down. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm about to bring now is my dancers. All the way from United States of I say now Betking. If you don't know, you know. I check this are my professional dancers, and we are about to shut it down. When Mr. DJ, let's do something here. Crazy stuff is about to happen. Oh shit, DJ, drop it like it's hot.
It makes me sing ooh la la la. The way she move, the way she dance, it makes me sing ooh la la la. Oh yeah. Come on, me come back. She a jump. Daddy come to me a go. Move your body out on the floor. Put your troubles aside. Start living in your body. Can't let go. Throw away all your problems. 'Cause right now it's party time, girl. Don't feel out of place. 'Cause I'm in love with this feeling now. I hope that this will last a while. We should make it last a while. You love to drink, so do we. Get more better, bring them to me. Hold your glasses up, people everywhere. Now everybody put your hands in the air. Say, yeah, yeah, yeah. Girl, I wanna see you tonight. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Girl, I gotta see you tonight. Let me see your hands.
What's up? She said, hey, badges on my left, badges on my right. Many young one, she's so beautiful. Est-ce qu'on t'a capable de faire for ouvindo vai? Ué.
Money na the formula, billions them know. Lenny I'm a shayo, coco marshmallow. Bankado they call me, billions 00. Ori mi swagun, odo eni mataru, odo yin matamu. No she you just do like Shaolin, Antonio Paulin. Kore mi love faru, for me ni to easy. Ulo fa de reason, ayen you my paje. Any baru be me, baby kule me. Simple like a BC, simple like a BC. Short you this always line, but they make me the waste time. I must shine when I must shine. And the outside, baby girl, where you you go to shine down. You know about who I'm a project. About who faja. I don't know about Tony Kaka. Do you hear me when you go? I love that booty. Booty, the booty go. Everywhere good, everywhere everywhere Press up go, come on, lobe, it's a yoko, calopiti, and I know next to Spain, and I'm a hit sexy energy, and let that man be my just say, Laconimo, people, to Bajogo, Kosaji, Laconimo, people, to Maduro, Kushrahe, to Maduro, Kushrahe, Tizidu, Kushrahe, to Maduro, Kushrahe, everywhere good, everywhere, Everybody
How you doing?
Good. You don't know my name. My name is Guiness. I know Nigerian. Which one is okay? My name is JJ Okocha. Well, my team, Betking and myself, we set out to try and break Guinness world record for keeping the ball up with myself and about 2,000 people at the same time for at least 10 seconds. And I'm still waiting to hear if we manage to achieve that. Well, to be honest, the idea came from my Betking team, and also to find a way to share common ground with the youth, give back to the youth, show them that nothing is impossible, even at my age, that I can still manage to keep the ball up for some time. And yeah, but the whole idea came from my Betking team. Well, no, but I mean, government have been supportive, of course, you can't forget your landlord. I mean, they are our landlord, and of course, we've always had their backing when it comes to this kind of work. Pardon? Oh yes. Well, no, I'm still waiting. I think they're on it. Well, my message for the youth, it's whatever profession you find yourself, just believe in yourself. Keep working hard. Hard work doesn't kill. It can only take you to a certain level, and it pays off, and of course, discipline and to stay focused in whatever profession you choose to do.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, my name is Gosio Kawoke. I'm the CEO for Betking. We recently launched a game called the JJ Ball X. And the JJ Ball X is our way of celebrating, JJ Okocha. We created a game in his likeness and image where he juggles the ball. And if you can keep that ball in the air, you earn money. And we decided to take that from a game back into real life and get people to participate in a world record attempt for the longest time, the largest number of people to keep the ball in the air. And we've done the attempt today as a way to recognize the game that we've built, and also a way for us to celebrate the legend himself. And I believe we've done a really good attempt at it. We had the people turn out, a very wonderful turnout, and everyone was engaged, everyone participated, including myself. And I believe our best to that attempt. No, well, a world record attempt is a world record attempt. We've done our best. If anyone else wants to attempt it, I wish them the very best. But we've done our attempt, and we believe that we put in our best to get that record. I believe for us at Betking, this shows the power of the team. It shows the power of collaboration. It shows the power of bringing people together. We couldn't have done it as Betking. We don't have 2,000 people at Betking who can make an attempt. we had to collaborate with partners, we had to collaborate with football teams, we had to collaborate with youth clubs, we had to collaborate with academies in Lagos and around Nigeria who brought people to join us in this attempt. We had to collaborate with a lot of people to make this happen. We did an open call. We invited people to show us that they can juggle the ball, and we are happy that we can bring everybody together. And it shows you the power of Betking, the power of bringing people together, the power of giving people a feeling of togetherness, and that's what we've done with this attempt. Yeah. Thank you very much.
We make you your name, please.
My
One,
name.
2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Check my. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes.
This is Nengi Akiola, and I head marketing for Betking.
Please, how can you say anything about this program? Do you have any plan that this program comes on June, and how are you going to make sure this thing go out of this place?
Okay, so when we started conceptualizing this Guinness World Record, it was in the bid to promote a game that we launched on the 6th of May, which is called JJ Bolex, with JJ Okocha, the legend. And the game is simply about JJ's character in the game, juggling the ball. And so we thought, how can we bring this beyond the Betking app, beyond the Betking website? How can we bring it to everybody? People who have seen JJ and watched JJ display his skills as they were growing up. You know, they'll be familiar with JJ in the past. You know, so we wanted to bring back JJ and refresh their memory, but in an epic global way that puts us on the map as Betking. And so what bigger platform than Guinness World Record to, you know, really drive global relevance for Betking and for our product JJ Bolex. So it took us about 6 months of planning, you know, meticulous planning to be able to get all the different elements together. And I'm grateful that today we got over 2,000 people plus JJ the legend to come and attempt this Guinness World Record with us.
Now that's then what are the procedures that you use to gather all these joggers?
So it was a rigorous process. We had 2 different methods. We had the online method and we had the offline method. The online method was simply a call to participate, where we used several blogs and our own platforms to call for people who can juggle a minimum of 30 seconds at a stretch to send in their videos with a hashtag JJBolex, you know, and we used that to scrutinize the people who were qualified, and we had them on a list. Then we got the offline method, where we collaborated with football clubs, local pitches all around Lagos, you know, from the breadth of Ikorodu to the length of Ojo, Amuodofi, Apapa, Epe, Badagry. We went to all the nooks and crannies of Lagos to search for talents, amateur footballers who are just playing, you know, as leisure, and we got them in, registered them. We told them to, you know, display, so juggle for 30 seconds. If they could juggle for 30 seconds, then we were going to shortlist them, which we did. And so after we did all that process, we started sending reminders. So we sent 3 reminders in the space of this week. So on Tuesday, on Thursday, and on Friday, for them to know that there were different buses at all the locations, bus stops in Lagos, to pick them up and bring them to this location. So those were the procedures that we followed.
What are the gifts you are going to give them?
So we have signed balls from JJ Okocha, and we also have the branded bibs that they can use to play football after this event, you know, at their local pitches and stadiums.
Finally, what's the take home?
The take home is we can do great things from a small place. Beating the record with 2,000 people is a giant feat. When we started planning this, we didn't envisage how huge this project was going to be. But with determination, with resilience, you can do the biggest things from a small place. And that's what our message is to anybody that is watching. Even if you are from any background, from any walk of life, you can do great things from a very small place, and that's what we've proven today. So we've put Nigeria on the map with this world record.
Your name and your address?
My name is Nengi Akiola. I'm head of marketing for Betking.
Yeah.
Welcome back from the live telecast. We'll now continue with our regular programs. Stay tuned.
Coleman wires and cable. Great quality. Now with the new look.
The Nigerian national flag represents our country's history, culture, and identity. It was designed in 1959. The colors are Emerald Green 2.0, which represents agriculture, and Immaculate White represents unity and peace. Know how to handle our flag. Illuminate the environment or don't fly the flag overnight. Do not fly a dirty or tattered flag. Take such flag to the nearest National Orientation Agency office for proper disposal and replacement. The national flag can only be flown at half-mast on the directive of the federal government. The national flag must be flown at the same or higher height when displayed alongside other flags. Don't burn or allow the national flag to fall on the ground. Do not print, decorate, modify, or insert the coat of arms on the flag. Our national heroes are not buried with the flag. They are honored by presenting it to their next of kin during internment. Respect our national flag. Be a real Nigerian.
This message was brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
Thank you for staying with us. Let's talk health matters now. In his efforts to improve Nigeria's health sector, the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Ali Pate, says major investments and policy reforms conducted under the leadership of President Bola Tinubu have attracted global commendation and enhanced levels of partnership and external investment finance into Africa's largest economy. Speaking on the sidelines of the European Union's Global Summit in Brussels, Belgium, Professor Pate said the engagements with heads of state, ministers and CEOs of major multilateral institutions have revealed an increasing interest in the win-win investment environment being created within the health sector through policy innovations, which include Medipool and the presidential initiative to unlock healthcare value chains. He added that President Tinubu, who doubles as the African Union champion for health, is leading a resurgence of foreign investment in Africa across multiple sectors, with the health sector now constituting a foremost frontier of new investor interest in Africa's largest market.
We attended the Global Summit on Health and Prosperity through Immunization, convened by the European Union, the Global Alliance for Vaccines, and Gates Foundation here in Brussels. We were able to meet with several of our development partners who appreciate the reforms in the health sector, which President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been championing through the Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative. We met with ministers from Canada, from the European Commission itself, from the United Kingdom, and other global leaders to discuss Nigeria's efforts and how we collaborate with other countries to advance our own interests, acknowledging the imperative for countries to localize manufacturing capacities in their own borders for some of these commodities.
Away from that, the House of Representatives has approved 1.132 trillion naira for the Nigeria Customs Service for the 2025 fiscal year. It also extended the capital component of the 2024 budget from 30th of June to 31st of December 2025. Joke Adisa reports.
To move that.
After the budget defense session with the Nigeria Customs Service, the committee led by Kogi State member Leke Abejide laid its report at the last legislative date. Now the report is up for consideration and the chairman outlines its composition as he defends the recommendations.
The House do consider the reports of the Committee of Customs and Excise on the issue from the Statutory Revenue Fund of Nigeria Customs Service projected revenue of 1,332,548,855,205 naira 88 kobo for 2025 fiscal year.
At the Committee of Supply, the House considered the 9-point recommendations with reservations from some members.
If we are saying that this 4% should be their only source of income, I think that we need to think through.
The Chinese people, importers, they prefer to even go to Cotonou. And one of the challenges is what this committee had already addressed.
They had to generate what we fund them. Initially, it was from 7% collection. From this particular budget, it has now moved to 4% FOB. That is, whatever they collect for government, they are not going to take anything from it.
It also approved a 2% share of imports value-added tax for 2025, totaling 33.007 billion naira for the agency.
Explanatory memorandum carried.
Also at the Committee of Supply, the House approved the extension of the capital components of the 2024 budget from June 30 to December 31, 2025.
We have 3 clauses, beginning with amendment of the 2025 Appropriation Act, carried.
Among the approved recommendations is that the Nigeria Customs Service should stop the collection of 1% comprehensive import suspension scheme and 7% cost of collection, both of which it says are not backed by any known law. Joke Adisa, TVC News, Abuja.
In a bid to safeguard the health and well-being of its citizens, the Delta State government has launched a comprehensive initiative to regulate food security and hygiene. As the nation commemorates the National Environmental Sanitation Day, Delta State is setting a shining example by ensuring that licensed and trained food vendors and manufacturers adhere to global best practices in food processing and packaging. A stakeholders roundtable meeting on food hygiene and safety held in Asaba brought together key players in the food industry to discuss ways to improve food safety standards. The State Commissioner for Environment, Jamani Ejiro, reiterated the ministry's commitment to collaborating with other agencies to guarantee hygienic food for residents. In a symbolic gesture to recognize excellence in food hygiene, some food vendors and handlers were presented with Food Hygiene Compliance Awards to encourage more food businesses to prioritize cleanliness and safety, protecting the health of consumers.
Once you don't take care of your surrounding, there are different diseases that can come in through the processing of food. So your surrounding must be very clean and hygienic, because sensation is continuous approach. So we have done with sensitization yesterday, but we'll still continue to make sure we have an hygienic food both in the streets and in the restaurants.
The work for the ministry is that they should continue with a seminar of this nature, the stakeholders engagement, and also to have a rethink in the area of compliance and probably monitoring. I want the ministry, being the supervising body, in respect to these bakery, eateries, and public hotels, to also give more time to enable this body to do what? Key into the compliance, because I know it involves a lot of tax.
I feel so excited. I feel so glad that at least Delta State could recognize what we are doing. It's not really easy to be one of the 10th for for putting more effort to make sure that at least we keep on going and every other thing. Despite the way the company, the economic is, it never affected us in making sure that we do the right thing in the state and also in the.
Elsewhere, TVC News has once again earned a continental recognition, winning big at the 14th Digital Innovation Awards held in Accra, Ghana. TVC Communications clinched the award for Best Use of Technology in Media, a testament to its growing influence and commitment to innovation in African journalism. The award also celebrates the continent's top players in technology, media, and digital transformation in delivering credible news across multiple channels.
Okay, let me take a picture.
Congratulations to the entire TVC Communications family. That's TVC News at 7. We thank you for watching. For more updates on the stories we are monitoring, please visit our website, www.tvcnews.tv. You can also follow us on social media. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and X at TVC News NG. We are streaming live on YouTube at TVC News Nigeria, and we have updates on WhatsApp at TVC News Nigeria. Thanks again for watching. I am Abosadi Adeniwa Jeremy. Good evening.
I'm Nifemi Oguntoye, news anchor with TVC News.
My day is usually busy and it's difficult keeping up with breaking news stories, trending stories, business news, stock exchange and what have you. But with TVC News on WhatsApp, I'm able to catch up with all the breaking news, real-time updates and trending stories on the go, right on my phone, no matter where I am. It's quick, easy and always on. And hey, you can join us by scanning the QR code or using the link on our X and Instagram. Why wait? Come to the side of news that keeps you ahead. TVC News, first with breaking news.
It is time for consolidation of recovery efforts in Borno State, devastated by years of insurgency and terror. From security to education, health, agriculture, infrastructure and housing, every sector has continued to bear the stamp of Zulum's visionary leadership. Join us on Borno Restoration as we track, showcase and analyze developmental strides of Professor Babagana Zulum and his overwhelming care for the vulnerable. Borno Restoration on TVC News every Saturday at 8 p.m. It's time to restore.
Information is power, information is security, information is knowledge. On Labor Lens, we believe that working people around the world have real questions of their own. They want to know how the world of work operates, what it means to the employer of labor, how policies affect workers in the workplace. On Labor Lens, I am sure we engage effectively the organized labor, organized private sector and government to get out of them information workers are in need of. I am Sharon Ijason, asking questions that make you get sense of the workplace.
To learn to speak to situations, but that is the way of dominion. You speak to your documents, you speak to your body, you call your organ well. Speak over your business, speak over opportunities that come your way. Accepting your height, accepting your color. You don't even like your wife, and then you want to prosper. 5 loaves of bread will not multiply with murmuring and complaining. Abraham and Lot, that was the game. Lot misbehaved. Abraham carried 318 soldiers to rescue him. At the end of the day, it was Lot that destroyed himself. Overcome evil with good.
Winning in Life brings you undiluted and practical teachings on how to achieve success and gain wisdom in every aspect of life.
Let there be healing where it's needed. Let there be wisdom to make better decisions where it's needed. Let there be supplies of finances where it's needed. In the name of Jesus Christ.
Showing on TVC News, DSTV channel 418, every Sunday at 9 a.m.
This food distribution is coming at a time many families are struggling with soaring food prices and economic hardship.
This is to flag off the distribution of 30,000 bags of 10 kg per boy rice to further support our people, especially the less privileged and vulnerable persons. I wish to sincerely appreciate the unwavering support of our partner, the Aliko Dangote Foundation, who generously donated this rice to complement government efforts in meeting the food needs of our people. The Aliko Dangote Foundation has over the years continued to be a reliable partner, supporting the government of Yobe State with humanitarian assistance and primary health care, especially the routine immunization coverage program. This donation is yet another show of solidarity and continuous support to our administration's ongoing efforts to improve food security among our vulnerable populations and the hardship experienced by displaced persons and victims of recent fire outbreaks in some communities.
The bags of rice will be distributed across all 70 local government areas with priority given to widows, orphans, and internally displaced persons.
Excellency, as you have directed previously, that whenever we are going to distribute food basket, we should be mindful of the dignity of the beneficiary. Your Excellency, 7% of the beneficiaries are under the shed with their food basket.
The government says the distribution exercise will be closely monitored to prevent diversion.
Community and local government distribution committees, you are advised to be fair, judicious, and transparent in the distribution exercise. You should accord priority to the deserving persons. You are reminded that government will keenly monitor the exercise.
Governor Boni assured that more food interventions are on the way as the state battles food shortages. Michael Oshoma. Geshua, a community in Yobe State, is known for its prevalent kidney failure cases. Neighboring communities have had their own fair shares of deaths as a result of the deadly kidney failure. In its efforts to provide solutions, the state government is not relenting to come to their rescue. Now, 50 health experts are deployed to Geshua town to investigate the root causes.
This is a special intervention project funded by the Yobe State government under the leadership of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Yobe State, Honorable Memela Buni. And the general idea around it is the fact that we know for probably over a decade now that there is a rising case of kidney disease, especially in the Bade Emirate. 2 years ago, His Excellency visited the United Kingdom, during which we had a meeting with some of the world top scientists working in this area, following which His Excellency now advised me to lead a team that will work both with these local and international scientists to understand the root cause of this problem. And as part of that, we are here in Geshua with a team of medical doctors, nephrologists, nurses, lab scientists, environmentalists, including chemists, GIS specialists, etc. So it's truly a multidisciplinary endeavor. And to the best of my knowledge, this is the largest state-funded investigation on a single health issue that I've come across in Africa. What do I mean by that? Most health challenges are funded by international organizations. I've never come across a single health challenge that is fully funded by a state government of this magnitude.
It may interest you to know that the Yobe State government, under the able leadership of His Excellency Honorable Memala Buni, has established a dialysis center at the hospital, and then dialysis is being done free of charge for all the indigents of the state. And we've been running this program for the past 7 to 8 years, without any interruption, courtesy of His Excellency. So I think we need to appreciate that first. On the average, a majority of our patients are from this emirate. Okay, monthly we do about more than 600 sessions of hemodialysis. When we say sessions, we are not talking about number of patients, but the sessions, one patient can have 2 or 3 sessions in a week, and roughly about half of our patients come from this emirate. So if you look at it, and then we conducted a survey sometimes last year, in which we look at all the hemodialysis center in Yobe, Borno State and Jigawa State at Specialist Hospital Hadejia, and we identified hotspots from where these patients come about. We found out that majority of them come from Bade and Jakusko local government areas of Yobe State.
Some residents share their experiences with TVC News.
I lost 6 of my family members in the span of less than 2 years, including my father.
Local government or Bade Emirate has got problem of kidney maintenance. We have lost a lot of lives. As I have already said earlier, I myself have already lost about 6 of my blood relation. All of them has undergone dialysis before they lost their life. But by having this, the executive governor of Yobe State, we must appreciate him. We must to thank him. We must to say a lot on him. It seems he's a leader. He's a leader. We must to say he's a leader because he has sent professionals to us. They are now investigating the main problems in the town, and they are doing their work. His Royal Highness, the Emir of Bade, and I myself, we have already sat together and put our head together. We have already discussed, and we are going to give them maximum cooperation to do their work successfully. And they are on the work now, and there is no any problem. We are hoping, we are praying, we are hoping, we are praying to Almighty God that that what they have here to get the problems in our respective local government.
Many residents are now happy with the state government initiatives.
We are very proud. We really and sincerely appreciate the effort of the government.
After the collation of 20,000 samples from the people in Bade and Damaturu local government areas, the team of medical experts are expected to conduct medical interviews to determine whether the causes are environmental, style-related, and generic.
Farming is the mainstay of Yobe State. No doubt, Yobe has suffered more food crisis due to conflict occasioned by Boko Haram insurgents.
1, 2, 3.
As a way of providing solutions to the food crisis in the region, officials of the World Food Programme, African Development Bank and MasterCard Foundation visited Yobe State to launch a solar-powered farm in Mamudo community.
What we have behind us is solar production, which is powering irrigation for what is really a century.
Hello and welcome to another inspiring episode of NYSC Half Hour.
I am Israela Njasi, and it's always a pleasure having you tuned in. On today's episode, we will first highlight the significance of the Income Skill Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development (SAID) training, and then show you how core members, through the Community Development Service, continually impact their host communities with their selfless service. Before we take you through this inspiring episode, let's go on a quick break. Do stay tuned.
Youth are pivotal to the development of any country. The National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, is at the center of the promotion of national unity, integration and development in Nigeria. I encourage corps members to remain disciplined, patriotic, committed to the love for country, and participate positively and actively in all community and national development initiatives of the scheme and government. The government will continue to do the best to provide an enabling environment to foster and support you as active participants in national development and in rewriting Nigeria's story for good. God bless the youth of Nigeria. God bless the NYSC. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Welcome back, and thank you for still staying tuned. Let me quickly remind you that you can always catch us on NYSC TV, on free-to-air satellite, and on NYSC Radio 88.3 FM. The NYSC Skill Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development (SAID) program was conceived in response to tackle the issue of unemployment amongst youths and build youth for self-reliance and wealth creation. The SAID program, which is made up of two components, the in-camp and the post-camp training, has since inception trained and mentored millions of core members, both past and serving, giving them the opportunity to choose preferred skills, gain entrepreneurial insights, and answer the question of what next after NYSC. From fashion designing, construction, cosmetology, name it, the skill acquisition and entrepreneurship development has empowered thousands of youths, graduates, and their empowerment journey began in the NYSC orientation camp, where they got exposed to various skills and opportunities. Let's take you to the heart of Kubwa, in the Federal Capital Territory, where creativity and passion met opportunity, as the 2025 Batch A-1 core members participated in the in-camp SAID competition. Come with us. The NYSC Skill Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development Program was established with the aim to create a platform that will facilitate the access of young graduates to requisite skills and resources necessary for successful entrepreneurship as a means of enhancing national development and curbing unemployment. Since inception in 2012, the Skill Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development Program has continued to develop a culture of self-reliance in youths for sustainable job creation. With the aim of equipping graduates with practical skills, the NYSC SAID program has had thousands of trainers working together to train youths mobilized through the NYSC scheme. The SAID program is divided into two categories: the in-camp training done during the orientation course and the post-camp training, which is done during the service year of the core members. Core members are exposed to various practical skills for which they are encouraged to pick interest in one or two skills while in camp and perfect these skills during their service year to enable them be self-employed and employers of labor in their preferred skills. This is the FCT NYSC Permanent Orientation Camp located in Kubwa, Abuja, where the Batch A-1 core members have successfully participated in the in-camp SAID trainings. They were engaged in inter-platoon competitions and then exposed to various entrepreneurial opportunities. To highlight the significance of the Skill Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development SAID program was the head of SAID, who commended core members for their active participation in the SAID in-camp training, urging them to take advantage of the post-camp trainings.
In-camp training is not the end of everything. What you have just done for the past few weeks is in-camp training. And the post-camp training will be coming up after now when you have left the camp. And so we have passed a link across such that we'll be able to know which particular skill you want to do.
The SAE competition, which took place on the 9th of May 2025, had core members showcase the different skills offered to them by the scheme, such as barbing, wig making and styling, house interior design, videography and photography, makeup. All these and more were proudly showcased by these core members.
These 3 weeks, I've been able to learn a lot, actually. We've been able to learn wig ventilating and wig making. And we've also learned different types of wigs and different types of hair. So right here we have a bouncy unit, which is original 100% human hair. So we've been able to learn hand wig making. As you can see here, we are still at the process and we are yet to finish.
During the SAE training, my colleagues and I were privileged to learn from the IG interior and exterior work. During this training, we learned how to make both large-scale productions and small-scale productions. Under the large-scale productions, we have the 3D metallic design, we have the graphics design. We taught how to make duvets. We're also taught on material measurement, and that all of these decorations can be used in your houses, in your offices, for such. You can make it for your babies, for decorations, and other uses.
In the makeup class, we learned different types of skin tone, different types of makeup. We have bridal makeup, casual makeup, and natural makeup.
As a way to encourage core members who have developed business ideas and need capital to begin their entrepreneurial journey, the Wema Bank PLC, in collaboration with NYSC, empowered 4 core members with grants through the NYSC Alert Accelerator Program.
In 2021, I read in the news how a family of 5 tragically lost their life as a result of inhaling toxic fumes from their fuel generator, and the incident propelled me as an engineering student to actually find a sustainable energy solution to that problem. It is that solution that has actually got me to winning this particular grant today, and I want to thank NYSC for the opportunity and for giving us the platform, and also to Wema Bank, who actually sponsored this particular competition.
I'm one of the beneficiaries of Wema Bank grant. I'm so excited today because this grant is going to help my business Skill to Scale to grow from the level it is to a bigger level, because we have a vision of training up to 10,000 people by the end of this year. And this grant is going to help us in our advertisement and also help us in building our digital app.
To round off the event, winners of the Interplateau competitions in baking, makeup and fashion designing, emerged, and others were motivated to do greater things with the skills they've learned. Core members were filled with so much joy and enthusiasm and had this to say.
My name is Annie Oluchi Faith, and I'm from Enugu State. So I chose this part of side because makeup is something I've always been passionate about. So look at, we did the makeup and it came out beautifully well. She's a very pretty girl, and it helps to bring out my makeup. So I'm very grateful for this day. I'm grateful for the opportunity to showcase my skills and what I love doing the most.
I chose this part of side because I am a lover of fashion designer. I've dreamed of this particular day. I think this is my first time of showcasing my work to the audience like this. And I want to thank the NYSC and the site committee entirely for this day and the opportunity to showcase my work.
My name is Nafisa Aliu and I am from Kogi State. I feel excited winning this. Coming here, I feel, after seeing different kinds of size of cakes, I feel, but the thing is, we should be determined. We should believe no matter how small we are, no matter what we have, we can be creative. Don't look down on yourself. Don't belittle yourself. You can win no matter what you have and no matter how small your stuff is. I'm so excited winning this.
I'm currently the Miss NYSC FCT for Stream 1 Batch A 2025
camp orientation. This is our Said program. We are having a Said competition and inter-platoon Said competition. That's the skill acquisition and entrepreneurship program. So I feel so good about it. We've been having our classes for the past 1 week. I belong to the agro processing and packaging. And one thing I know about Said is that it is capable of creating employment opportunities for youth in Nigeria. Why? Because it empowers you as a person to bring yourself out of poverty. Now today for the Said competition, I'm representing my platoon 2, yes, and I won on the basis of makeup and gele, and also for the bead, 3rd position, and that's good enough. And I think they're beautiful.
I came out 3rd for the bead making, and actually it's my first time trying this. I've made beads, but the base is just like very, very basic, simple one. But this is my first time, and I'm so grateful to God that I came out 3rd, and I'm so grateful to this beautiful model right here for modeling my beads. And I want to say thank you to Sahid, thank you to NYC, thank you for this opportunity, and I believe this will help me stay busy with these skills. I don't have to be idle. I don't have to wait for white collar job. I can have this and then make a living out of it. Thank you very much.
And as you can see, I am wearing one of the Sahid competition design, which we got 3rd position, which we got a cash prize for it. And also we won the 1st position in bakery, which also we got a cash prize for it as well. And there have been different activities that have been going on in this very campus, such as Miss NYC, Mr. Macho, African Night, and etc.
As you've said, we have had a lot of great experience learning different skills. As for me, I actually I had interest in the tech. I went for the tech and also a fashion designer, and I actually made this. This is actually my hard work, and I'm so proud. And I thank NYC for giving me the privilege and the opportunity to show myself to the whole world.
Today is the closing ceremony of the Skill Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development Program on camp. The core members have been going through different skills training for the past 1 week. And today they exhibited what they learned. And so far, from what we've seen, they did very well. You can assume what they will do if they get more of this training after camp. So, and I want to appreciate all the trainers and those who are collaborating with us in the side program, like the Wema Bank that did their competition today and gave grants to some core members who performed very well. And I'm sure they are going to do well as entrepreneurs. So this program, this NYC Side program, will go a long way to remove or reduce the unemployment in the country, especially of our youths. Nigeria serves, Nigeria we
serve. SAED, core members creating wealth. The NYSC Skill Acquisition and Entrepreneurship Development Program is gradually and consistently eradicating unemployment amongst youths and building an army of job creators. Let's now turn our focus to Patrick Unye, an ESCO member who hails from Cross River State. Patrick, who was mobilized to serve in Benue State, was posted to the Command Secondary School, Makurdi, for his primary assignments. On getting there, Patrick noticed that there wasn't enough school desks for the students. Having identified these needs, Patrick was motivated to carry out a personal community development service project. With his skill in furniture making, Patrick sourced for funds and made over 30 pieces of school desks, which accommodated 90+ students, enabling them to sit and learn comfortably. Patrick's art of selfless service has not only eased the students of the stress, but has greatly inspired them. Let's meet him.
Hello viewers at home, my name is core member Unye Patrick. I'm from Cross River State. I was deployed here to serve in Command Secondary School, Makurdi. So reaching here, I found out that my PPA had issues concerning classroom desks. So I indicated interest in constructing 33-seater desks for the school. And so before we proceed to the venue of the project, let me introduce the command of this noble institution. Sir, I want to appreciate you for your support throughout my project here in your school, both your moral and financial support. I really appreciate for your accommodation, for making sure that the project becomes successful. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Lieutenant Colonel A. Badering, Commandant of Command School, Naka Road, Makurdi, appreciates the effort and contribution of Unye Patrick to his place of primary assignments.
Copper Patrick happens to be one of our best because he used to give it all. I could remember the very first day he assumed duty here in his PPA. He walked up to me and brought some ideas that he wants to do in this school. The management were able to key into it. We supported him, and today the project is standing, and the students are really enjoying the desk, 30 desks. I want to use this opportunity to thank first and foremost the DJ NYC and the entire NYC crew for posting them here, and their input cannot be overemphasized.
When I came here, I was given 2 classes to teach government, SS1 and SS2. And when the former copper passed out, I was even teaching SS3 as well. When I came here, when I entered the classes to teach, I noticed that the classes were more or less empty. There were no desks. And so that was when I remembered that I have a skill. Because after my graduation in 2019, 2020 was the COVID year. And then 2021, I enrolled into the Construction and Fabrication Academy of West Africa in Calabar. Yeah, an academy initiated by the former governor, Ben Ayade. And so I enrolled into that academy. I started learning carpentry. So it was from there I had the experience to construct little chairs, size tools, and all of that. So reaching here, when I saw that as a problem in this PPA, something came into me that, you can solve this problem. And I said, okay. The next thing was, where would the finance come from? And now make inquiries through my my CDS supervisor, Mr. Malu Raphael, that has been at the forefront of this project to guide and direct me on how to go about everything. And so I started mobilizing resources, seeking for funds. Even the school, the PPA itself, supported me. I went to timber market, bought materials. While I graduated from that academy, I was given a toolbox where I have things like hammer, all of those things. So I used them. I even have a workshop here in Command Secondary School. My workshop is at the Corpus Lodge. So even after the funds, the school supported, I got material and started constructing the decks. So I initially proposed over 50, but after proposing for like 50, there was a hype in the prices of materials in the market. So I had to reduce it down to 33 seater desks. So 3 students can sit in one of the decks. That is to say, I am able to accommodate about 90 students with the project. And so if you can even take a view at the classes that those decks are not situated, you will see that the classes are just empty without decks. So it is a very big problem, very big challenge in this PPE. So in my own little capacity, I was just able to construct 30 of the 3-seater decks. And so the decks were commissioned here by the NYC State Coordinator, and they were moved to the classes. And so the school management have now said, okay, I should go and buy materials again for another 10. So I have even constructed another 10 outside the project for them again. I just went and got the materials and constructed another 10 again. So as it is now, the commandant is like, after your passing out on Thursday, please stay back. Let me give you money for another material so that you construct more for us.
Some students of Command Secondary School also speak on how much they have been inspired by corps member Patrick's act of commitment.
My name is Raphael Bube, and I attend Command Secondary School, Makurdi. The desk is nice and comfortable. Thank you, sir, for the desk. We all enjoyed in this class. Thank you so much.
Corps member Patrick inspired me the way he made this desk, the color and the way he shaped the desk inspired me. When I'm doing my NYSC, I wish to do a bigger thing more than he did.
I want to use this opportunity to tell him that I will study hard and finish and pass my exams and finish the university and serve my fatherland as well and do bigger things than what he has done.
I am very happy to do it because giving back to the society where I come from has really been my vision. And so it is an opportunity for me given by the NYSC scheme. So I really thank them for giving me this opportunity, because if I have not come through NYSC, I wouldn't have this privilege of impacting to the society. So I am really grateful for the NYSC giving me this privilege to construct 33-seater decks in Command Secondary School. I'm happy. Nigeria sauce, Nigeria, we serve.
That was wonderful. We can see that the NYSC Community Development Service Program has given thousands of corps members, both past and serving, the opportunity to create impact and contribute to bettering the lives of members of their host communities. It is indeed a powerful tool for development. Well done, Patrick. It's now time for us to respond to the frequently asked questions from the feedback we obtained via our various social media handles. Stay with us. Wantor from Benue State asked, please, why does the NYSC shift graduates who registered for service from one batch or one stream to another? Dear Wantor, this policy direction is necessitated by the unprecedented turnout of graduates due to the increase in the number of corps-producing institutions. The orientation camps are designed to cater for a specific number of corps members and camp officials at every given time. This includes affording them basic comforts, adequate training facilities, and effective security provision. In view of these considerations, our prevailing orientation camps are unfortunately unable to accommodate all prospective corps members that register for a particular batch or stream. We hope that with the support of the statutory stakeholders of the scheme, the camps will be upgraded to accommodate more persons in the near future. This concludes today's episode of the NYSC Half Hour. We hope you were inspired and motivated. Let's hear from you. Do share your feedback and comments with us via our various social media handles displayed on your screen, and we will gladly respond. Don't forget you can always catch us on NYSC TV, on free-to-air satellite, and on NYSC Radio 88.3 FM. Till I come your way next time, I am Israela Njasi. And never forget that the safety of corps members in our communities is the responsibility of you and I. So be safe and be patriotic.
A thriving city is a place where food is accessible, affordable, and available. You grab, you go. The United Nations projects that Lagos population could rise to about 36 million by 2050.
Now is the time to reorganize.
With cases of climate change, desertification, and increasing prices.
Now is the time to reorganize our food systems.
The LHP Hub, MLM Market, Grain Transit Jetty, and production hubs will greatly benefit farmers by increasing their income and also guarantee off-takers. For more inquiries, please contact the developer, Origin Tech Group, at www.origingroupng.com or the Lagos State Ministry of Agriculture and Food Systems.
Oh yeah, meet the new jig sachets to make everywhere shine well. No dey tear pocket again o. E dey make all your white cloth shine, not be small. And e dey summer all the yamayama wey dey cause sickness inside house. Use jig wey dey inside sachet to make everywhere set one time. Just jig am.
Hello and welcome to Borno Restoration, the program where we bring you updates on developmental efforts of the Zulum administration in Borno State. I am Jessie Tafida. In times of crisis and recovery, information is more than just news. It is a tool for shaping perception, building public trust, and reinforcing social cohesion. In Borno State, where years of insurgency have left deep scars and complex challenges, effective communication is essential for governance, healing, and progress. This will be a focus on the program today. But before that, let's take a look at what is happening in the state on Borno today.
For over a decade, Borno State's education system was under attack. According to the State Universal Basic Education, a total of 500 public schools were attacked and destroyed in the last 12 years. But the Zulum administration came in with a 10-pact development agenda, which revamping the education sector is part of it. Now in the second year of his second term, education remains a top priority, with 21 new projects completed across 23 local government areas. They include construction of 6 new mega schools, equipping of schools with ICT facilities, spent about 11 billion naira scholarship to over 32,000 students, and construction of housing estate for teachers.
Our administration has placed a strong emphasis on technical and vocational education and training TVC to address the challenges posed by the large number of out-of-school youths who have exceeded the conventional school age. To bridge the gap between our educational system and the labor market, ensuring our workforce is aligned with both local and international economic needs. Determined to ensure that every child in Borno State, regardless of their educational background, has access to opportunities that equip them for a brighter future.
It's not just about infrastructure. The government is also focused on the welfare of those who shape the young minds.
Borno State has consistently allocated a sizable amount in its annual budget to education, a clear demonstration of prioritizing the human capital development as a driver of progress as enshrined in our 25 years development plan. We have rebuilt schools, enrolled thousands of out-of-school children, provided scholastic materials, trained teachers, contributing significantly to our current education recovery and development.
At the grassroots, teachers are beginning to feel the difference.
For me, I am receiving minimum wage. I am on grade level 12, earning about 99,300 and something. But some of us, as a result of one thing or the other, as per the last competent test that took place about 2-3 years back.
From ashes to accolades, Borno's education story is fast evolving. And with the pace, scale and consistency of the Zulum administration's interventions, the state may just be on its way to becoming Nigeria's next educational hub. This is the new face of Maiduguri, A city once defined by conflict is now turning heads and turning a new page. Streets that were once dusty and deserted are now bustling with movement, development, and hope. Under Governor Babagana Zulum, Maiduguri is changing, not just in infrastructure, but in spirit. In just 2 years into his second term, the governor has delivered 3 flyovers, modern structures that have reshaped the skyline and decongested some of the city's busiest intersections.
In order to ensure that we retain the image of Maiduguri Metropolitan, we need to, upgrade the status of Maiduguri Metropolitan Council. Most importantly, Maiduguri is one of the states most densely populated state in the northeast, and it still remains the capital of Borno State. And then the population is increasing rapidly.
The work hasn't stopped there. At Post Office Junction, one of Maiduguri's most iconic landmarks, a 4th flyover is under construction. Side by side, roadworks, housing estate, and drainage networks are springing up across the city.
Infrastructure development is one of the key pillars in the 10-pact agenda of the Zulum's administration. The governor understood that improved infrastructure is very key in making environment conducive for businesses and other activities to thrive.
Zulum has transformed not only Borno or not only Maiduguri into a small London, but he has transformed the whole of the state into USA.
Governor Zulum has made it clear this is not about politics, but purpose, a mission to rebuild communities, restore dignity, and make Borno greater than it has ever been. As the city rebuilds, the people are beginning to dream again of peace, opportunity, and future filled with hope. We are in Kalerizanari, one of Maiduguri's most densely populated communities. Today, Governor Babagana Zulum is here to flag off a brand new general and orthopedic hospital, a critical step towards improving access to healthcare in this bustling part of the state. It's a bold move aimed at cutting down maternal and infant deaths and ensuring timely medical care when it matters most. According to the governor, the new hospital will offer comprehensive services from maternal care and child immunization to pediatric treatment, helping to ease the burden on families who often travel long distances for basic health care.
Maiduguri has a population of about 3 million with no orthopedic hospital on ground. So we are planning up the construction, and we also plan up construction of another general hospital at the outskirts of Maiduguri, which is also very, very important. All these things, these projects are geared towards improving the standard of living of the people of Borno State. So on this note, I want to commend the people of Borno State. I want to commend the federal government. For the expiration of the tenure, people will witness many more projects, inshallah.
From healthcare to humanity, the governor's next stop was the Maximum Security Custodial Center in Maiduguri. There he granted a presidential-style pardon to 66 inmates, a gesture of hope and second chances. That was not all. The remaining inmates also received food items and cash support, a message, he says, of inclusiveness and compassion on Democracy Day. And then, it was back to infrastructure. Governor Zulum officially commissioned 6 new roads projects stretching across strategic parts of the state. He says this is just the beginning, promising more life-changing projects before his tenure winds down. From health and justice to road and reform, Democracy Day in Borno came with a message: development, inclusion, and a government determined to leave no one behind.
Responsibility of telling the true story of Borno State and its struggles, resilience, and transformation after the devastating Boko Haram insurgency rest in the part of those who manage the information. Behind every government action is a narrative that must be conveyed with clarity, responsibility, and vision. In today's episode, we will bring you the concluding part of the interview I had with the Special Advisor to the Borno State Governor on Media and Strategy, Mr. Dauda Iliya, as we discuss the state of economy and how he is helping to shape the state seen, understood, and heard within and outside Nigeria. Take a listen. Now, the education sector in Borno has been devastated by over a decade-long insurgency, thereby forcing thousands of children to be out of school. But this administration came in with a 10-pack development agenda, which revamping the education sector is part of it. We see mega schools, training of teachers. Talk to us about that.
Yes, like you said, the education, aside from security, is also a priority of Zulum's administration because the ideology of the insurgency is Western education is forbidden. So he took this upon himself to ensure that he provides access to education, not only in Maiduguri, but in all resettled local government areas. Hardly will you go to any community that have been resettled without getting a school there. So this to ensure that access enrollment is increased. Not only enrollment, retention of pupils also witnessed in some of these communities. So I don't have the exact figure of schools, mega schools constructed, but I know that many schools have been constructed from primary, secondary, and also you've seen the first lift and what is ongoing in the Borno State University and other tertiary institutions across the state. So this has also aided in ensuring that the number of out-of-school children is drastically reduced. The last count, the Commissioner of Education mentioned that about 700,000 out-of-school children, this is the figure now the state is having from, I think, over 1 million. So you can see, and more schools, and if you see the nature of the construction of schools, it's also, it will also help in ensuring that parents were motivated to send their children to school because of the gigantic nature and how beautifying the school is. And aside from the infrastructure of schools, teachers were also recruited. Last year, in 2024, 4,000 teachers were recruited by the state government, 3,000 under LEA, local government authority, 1,000 under the secondary school board. This to ensure that the gap between the teachers that are retiring and the new ones is also filled because teachers also retire. So, and aside from that, the state government also trained some of the LEA teachers because the aspect of training and capacity building was very key, and that's why the teachers were trained, and after training, those that are able to scale through the examination and the test conducted, their salary scale will also be upgraded. So they will enjoy the new salary scale, which is very unique. The Borno State salary scale is almost equivalent to that of the federal government. So this is an effort to ginger. And also this year, His Excellency captured in the budget that about 500 teachers will also be recruited. This is an effort to ensure that the teacher ratio is also breached. This is part of His Excellency's effort. Aside from constructing schools, teachers will be recruited, and also children are given that opportunity. Public schools, particularly public schools. And he also constructed the high Islamic schools. He promised that each and every local government area will have at least one high Islamic schools. This is to counter the Boko Haram ideology because they use Islam to indoctrinate particularly the younger generation. And that is why His Excellency is constructing these high Islamic schools to counter this negative ideology.
One incident that would forever, leave an indelible mark in the lives of Borno citizens is the September 10th flooding. Talk to us on how in just a few weeks the state government pulled itself through and people continue to pick up the pieces of their lives and continue their, dailies better.
Well, this is an episode that will hardly be forgotten in the lifetime of Borno State. It will go a long way in the history of the state. Like you said, the flooding has devastated different sectors of life. But because of His Excellency, the personality of His Excellency, the donations received is unimaginable, because people from different parts of the country visited the state and commiserated with His Excellency over this unfortunate incident, and they have donated their resources. And that's why, upon receiving the donations, His Excellency constituted a committee to ensure that these funds are judiciously utilized. Mapping were conducted in communities affected by this flooding, and the victims were also, their data was also taken, and they were given different kind of support, cash assistance, and other intervention to ensure that it cushioned the impact of the flooding. Right now, as I'm talking to you, aside from the individual assistance that the state government also provided, the infrastructural aspect of it is also, because the committee submitted its report, and I think over 5 billion naira remain in the coffers or the account of the committee. So His Excellency directed that they should continue to reconstruct some of the roads devastated by the flooding. What we are still battling with is the aspect of water supply, because the flooding affected the major water network in Maiduguri, which is called the Mother Cat. So it has disrupted water supply in the state. His Excellency is making effort to ensure that the Mother Cat is repaired. But as part of effort to ensure that the scarcity of water supply in the state, cushion the impact of the scarcity, he has directed the Rural and Water Agency, that is RUWASA, to immediately construct boreholes, lower aquifer and middle aquifer boreholes, and also ensure that some of the boreholes are converted into hybrid, solarization of the boreholes, to ensure that his administration provide potable water. He has continued to make effort to ensure that, particularly Maiduguri Metropolis, some parts are still experiencing the scarcity of water, but his effort is deliberate to ensure that he address the issue of water scarcity and also repair the destroyed Mother Cat, which is the major, like I said, water supply channel to different parts of the metropolis. So people have resumed their livelihood activities in the state. Traders were also supported during the flood disaster. I think like 10 different markets were affected, and some traders were also provided little support. It is not compensation, like His Excellency said, because you cannot compensate traders or people affected by the flood disaster, but it's little support to ensure that they pick up their pieces of livelihood. So yes, the flooding has come, and people of Maiduguri, because of their resilient nature, people of Borno, they have seen insurgency, fire disasters in different areas, and also the flooding. But we have a resilient people that will overcome all the challenges that we've experienced.
Okay. And what legacy is this government wants to leave behind?
Well, the legacy is to have a very strong people that are very strong people with that will continue to earn their means of livelihood. The dependency nature, this is what one of the challenges that we've witnessed during the Boko Haram insurgency. People tend to depend on aid, on intervention from different partners or government agencies. But what His Excellency wants to leave is to ensure that Borno is rebuilt back, people become resilient, and also the aspect of livelihood, they're able to earn their means of livelihood independently without any kind of support, and ensure that the state is secured, a very peaceful and secure Borno. This is what His Excellency wants to leave, and also a high level of education and a healthy citizenry, boost the economy through collaboration with neighboring countries. As you recall, I think early this year, His Excellency opened the international cattle market in Banki. This is all in an effort to ensure that trading and commerce is also improved in the state. So, number one is to ensure a secure and peaceful society. Number two, well-literate and enlightened people and a healthy citizenry that can earn their means of livelihood independently.
Finally, what message do you have to the people of Borno State?
Well, my message is to continue to support His Excellency's effort to ensure that he achieves his 10-pact agenda. If there is no support from members of the public, he will not achieve what he's able to achieve now. And he needs that collaboration and support more than ever before, because it's now he has barely 2 years before the end of his administration. So he needs this support from the people. And also to also key into his administration's 10-pact agenda. We went around some of the communities to assess the level of water scarcity. And what will amaze you is some communities, as simple as a tap, government has provided water to those communities, but some unscrupulous members of the community will vandalize some of this infrastructure. And they will continue to rely on government to fix this problem. Some is just a minor problem that maybe 2,000, 3,000 will fix those problems. But unfortunately, they will continue to wait for government to do that. So there is a need for community mobilization, community awareness to ensure that this infrastructure provided to them is their own. It is not Zulum's infrastructure, because they enjoy some of these facilities. Like schools. The last time His Excellency mentioned that one of the schools constructed along Bama Road, the people try to turn the place into where they will park their wheelbarrow and other. So it's so disheartening that government provided some of this infrastructure for your community to benefit. But unfortunately, some people are not so well enlightened to see that this is our own property. It is not government property. It's our community. It's for the community, and we need to protect and ensure that we also support government in its drive to ensure that our community, particularly the younger generation and students, benefit. So there's a need for the collaborative effort to ensure that people support Zulum's administration in different aspects of endeavor. And if this collaboration and support, if you're able to give him, to continue to be patient with him, yes, you all know that the economic challenge is only peculiar to Borno. The demands of people continue to increase because of the economic crunch, but His Excellency is trying his best to ensure that he provides the people of Borno State with all they require in terms of critical needs and other intervention to make sure that the people of Borno live peacefully and very happy. So this is my message to the people, to continue to support Zulum's administration, and to also, if you are to criticize do constructive criticism. The government is not immune to criticism. Those will continue to be wide open to accept all those criticisms, but in a very constructive manner, so that we move our dear state that is recovering from more than 15 years of Boko Haram insurgency. Thank you.
Special Advisor to the Governor on Media and Strategy, Mr. Daude Ilia, thank you for your time on Borno Restoration.
Thank you very much.
And that's the much we can take on this episode of Borno Restoration. Many thanks for watching. Next week, it will be fresh episode. I am Jessie Tafida. See you next time. Goodbye.
The future belongs to the dreamers, to the doers, to those who are not afraid of the side hustle. It's for those who are ready to turn their passion into something big. And to help keep you revitalized and inspired, Top T is with you every step of the way. You are made for more. Find your inspiration. Top T, big round bags of flavor.
Introducing the new Jig Sachet. Whitening your whites has never been more affordable. Now you can keep whites shining brighter and disinfect by killing 99.9% of germs on your floors and other surfaces. Just jig it with Jig Sachet.
This food distribution is coming at a time many families are struggling with soaring food prices and economic hardship.
This is to flag off the distribution of 30,000 bags of 10 kg per boy rice to further support our people, especially the less privileged and vulnerable persons. I wish to sincerely appreciate the unwavering support of our partner, the Aliko Dangote Foundation, who generously donated this rice to complement government efforts in meeting the food needs of our people. The Aliko Dangote Foundation has over the years continued to be a reliable partner, supporting the government of Yobe State with humanitarian assistance and primary health care, especially the routine immunization coverage program. This donation is yet another show of solidarity and continuous support to our administration's ongoing efforts to improve food security among our vulnerable populations and the hardship experienced by displaced persons and victims of recent fire outbreaks in some communities.
The bags of rice will be distributed across all 70 local government areas with priority given to widows, orphans, and internally displaced persons.
Excellency, as you have directed previously, that whenever we are going to distribute food basket, we should be mindful of the dignity of the beneficiary. Your Excellency, 7% of the beneficiaries are under the shed with their food basket.
The government says the distribution exercise will be closely monitored to prevent diversion.
Community and local government distribution committees, you are advised to be fair, judicious, and transparent in the distribution exercise. You should accord priority to the deserving persons. You are reminded that government will keenly monitor the exercise.
Governor Boni assured that more food interventions are on the way as the state battles food shortages. Michael Oshoma. Geshua, a community in Yobe State, is known for its prevalent kidney failure cases. Neighboring communities have had their own fair shares of deaths as a result of the deadly kidney failure. In its efforts to provide solutions, The state government is not relenting to come to their rescue. Now, 50 health experts are deployed to Geshua town to investigate the root causes.
This is a special intervention project funded by the Yobe State government under the leadership of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Yobe State, Honorable Maimala Buni. And the general idea around it is the fact that we know for probably over a decade now that there is a rising case of kidney disease, especially in the Bade Emirate. 2 years ago, His Excellency visited the United Kingdom, during which we had a meeting with some of the world top scientists working in this area, following which His Excellency now advised me to lead a team that will work both with these local and international scientists to understand the root cause of this problem. And as part of that, we are here in Geshua with a team of medical doctors, nephrologists, nurses, lab scientists, environmentalists, including chemists, GIS specialists, etc. So it's truly a multidisciplinary endeavor. And to the best of my knowledge, this is the largest state-funded investigation on a single health issue that I've come across in Africa. What do I mean by that? Most health challenges are funded by international organizations. I've never come across a single health challenge that is fully funded by a state government of this magnitude.
It may interest you to know that the Yobe State government, under the able leadership of His Excellency Honorable Maimala Buni, has established a dialysis center at the hospital, and then dialysis is being done free of charge for all the indigents of the state. And we've been running this program for the past 7 to 8 years, without any interruption, courtesy of His Excellency. So I think we need to appreciate that first. On the average, a majority of our patients are from this emirate. Okay, monthly we do about more than 600 sessions of hemodialysis. When we say sessions, we are not talking about number of patients, but the sessions, one patient can have 2 or 3 sessions in a week, and roughly about half of our patients come from this emirate. So if you look at it, and then we conducted a survey sometimes last year, in which we look at all the hemodialysis center in Yobe, Borno State and Jigawa State at Specialist Hospital Hadejia, and we identified hotspots from where these patients come about. We found out that majority of them come from Bade and Jakusko local government areas of Yobe State.
Some residents share their experiences with TVC News.
I lost 6 of my family members in the span of less than 2 years, including my father.
Local government or Bade Emirate has got problem of kidney maintenance. We have lost a lot of lives. As I have already said earlier, I myself have already lost about 6 of my blood relation. All of them has undergone dialysis before they lost their life. But by having this, the executive governor of Yobe State, we must appreciate him. We must to thank him. We must to say a lot on him. It seems he's a leader. He's a leader. We must to say he's a leader because he has sent professionals to us. They are now investigating the main problems in the town, and they are doing their work. His Royal Highness, the Emir of Bade, and I myself, we have already sat together and put our head together. We have already discussed, and we are going to give them maximum cooperation to do their work successfully. And they are on the work now, and there is no any problem. We are hoping, we are praying, we are hoping, we are praying to Almighty God that that what they have here to get the problems in our respective local government.
Many residents are now happy with the state government initiatives.
We are very proud. We really and sincerely appreciate the effort of the government.
After the collation of 20,000 samples from the people in Bade and Damaturu local government areas, the team of medical experts are expected to conduct medical interviews to determine whether the causes are environmental, style-related, and generic. Farming is the mainstay of Yobe State. No doubt, Yobe has suffered more food crisis due to conflict occasioned by Boko Haram insurgents.
1, 2, 3.
As a way of providing solutions to the food crisis in the region, officials of the World Food Programme, African Development Bank and MasterCard Foundation visited Yobe State to launch a solar-powered farm in Mamudo community.
What we have behind us is solar production, which is powering irrigation for what is really a centuries-old challenge for fruit and vegetable production here in Mamudo. Now, this is part of the solution to increase productivity, and I'm so delighted here to be with my colleague from the African Development Bank and from MasterCard Foundation, because as you said, we are working together collectively across northern Nigeria. Now, I'm not sure you have your numbers quite right in terms of the collaboration, but what I can tell you is that we're on a mission. We started in Kano on Monday. We were in Jigawa yesterday with the Minister of Agriculture looking at wheat production supported by the African Development Bank. Really impressive, going to scale from the dry season wheat planting. And then we also talked about some MasterCard World Food Program activities up in Bade, in Jigawa. And then today we're coming across to Potiskum. We stopped at the market to see the production potential within the Yobe State, and we're here looking at this project. Tomorrow we're heading towards Maiduguri in Borno State, and MasterCard and WFP will be going all the way to Ngala on the shores of Lake Chad, along with African Development Bank. So we're just going across the region looking at opportunities for co-investment, working also with our government partners, but also engaging with private sector partners for a new approach to humanitarian solutions.
Farming tools were distributed to farmers to ease their work. The efforts are to strengthen food system and promote increased value chain employment opportunity for youths.
We are doing $134 million in all the northern states. So in Jigawa alone, yesterday we were there with the governor and the Minister of Agriculture. We saw a lot of sites that have really made fantastic progress with dry season wheat production. I think the target for all the states, if I'm not mistaken, is around 300,000 hectares, which is going to make a significant dent, on addressing the national wheat self-sufficiency, which is a longer-term target. But on this trip, very specifically, it's a learning process. Our colleagues want to understand how we are approaching on the development side. We also want to understand on the humanitarian side so that we can develop an approach that looks at the entire value chain, not only production, but its aggregation, its processing, transportation, but also all the issues of seasonality. Of course, in Potiskum today, we visited the market, as I was saying earlier, and we also spoke to the market people because we are looking at a comprehensive solutions that will go just beyond, looking at vegetable, maize and wheat and so on, that will address the entire food system.
And so this is unique that the three of us come across this region together, and it's showing that we want to do things differently. We want to be more effective with production led by the people of Nigeria, in this case Yobe State, and particularly the youth and women. And I've been so impressed to see the engagement of youth, young farmers in this initiative, as well as so many important women, including women-led enterprises that we just met here in the region.
The officials who carried out the interventions say they are planning for a comprehensive interventions beyond farming in the coming years. The Yobe State Governor Mai Malabuni has reiterated the willingness of the state government to provide funds to ensure sustainability of the Biomedical Research Training Center at the Yobe State University, Damaturu. The fund will cover equipment, maintenance, and research projects to enable the center to meet the desired international standards. Governor Buni, who was represented by his deputy, Idi Barde Gubana, made the assertion during the opening ceremony of the 14th Conference and General Assembly meeting of the Nigerian Young Academy held at the Yobe State University in Damaturu. The director and founder of the center, Mahmoud Bukamena, who doubles as the special advisor to the governor on research, science and innovation, speaks more about the events.
It's historically considered the birthplace of science innovation. The first stone tools were discovered in Africa, showing that Africans were the pioneers in this area. But yet, Africa is lagging behind. And as a result, we have brain drain. Talented African scientists leaving the African continent, going to the global north in search of better opportunities. And of course, this presents a highly problematic challenge because we need them to solve our local problems. And this is exactly why, with your support and the enabling environment provided by the Yobe State University, we established the Biomedical Science Research and Training Center 3 years ago here in Yobe State. And with all sense of humility and gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, this center has at the moment equipment worth over 2 billion naira. We have some of the best equipment in the entire country, including 2 confocal microscopes, which are only a few in the entire African continent. And of course, Your Excellency, when you launched this center 3 years ago, we made it very clear our mission is bold, which is to train the next generation of African scientists. Make this center open access so that Yobe would become a beacon as well as a scientific hub of excellence within the African nation. And already we have trained over 450 doctors, scientists, and other professionals, not just in Yobe State or in Nigeria, but from Cameroon, Ghana, Egypt, the Gambia, and other parts of Africa.
In his remarks, the State Commissioner for Higher Education, Bello Kawua, described the partnership between the state government and the research center as essential.
Also, is to appreciate the founder of BioRTC, Dr. Mahmoud Bukamena, for the foresight and the ingenuity in identifying the need to have this unparalleled resource center in our university. At BioRTC Center in Yobe State University leads in cutting-edge research, especially addressing our local medical challenges. We look forward to further partnership with the center to build the capacity of our academics in the state tertiary institutions, especially in science and biomedical research, for our academics to be able to be in tune with the use of AI and the standard modern protocols in science, research, innovation protocols.
I want to assure you that your efforts are not in vain. The work you are doing today, the questions you are asking, and the problems you are solving will resonate far beyond the walls of your institutions and boundaries of this country. They will shape the world for generations to come. For those of us in Yobe State, we are happy that what we are doing within the 4 walls of Yobe State University has gone beyond Yobe State, has gone beyond Nigeria, has gone beyond Africa. We are all over the world. I'm grateful for that. Only 3 years. I'm sure in the next few years, Yobe State University will be a university of recognition across the world. Last week, I was with a group of students at the University of Maiduguri, and they're talking about analysis of their data. And they mentioned Yobe State University that they have the equipment. Then they quickly said there's something called bio-RTC. I started laughing. I said, this is in my university. Please come.
In his speech, Governor Boni pledged continued support for the university's Biomedical Research Center.
I gladly wish to welcome all our distinguished invited guests, participants, and everyone to this significant event. Earlier, I was made to understand that this meeting is going to dwell on matters relating to biomedical science, research and training center by RTC to achieve appropriate response to the existing and emerging challenges that affect citizens' health and well-being. As we may be all aware, the RTC was conceived by its founder, Dr. Mahmoud Bukar Maina, with the objective of inducing science, research, and innovations for speeding up growth and development within the state in particular and beyond in general. Therefore, there's no gainsaying that the fact that this common drive of ours is geared towards serving humanity in its entirety. Obviously, our august visitors from across the country and even beyond may have similar belief and equal zeal in promoting knowledge and progress of all people, and this is underscored by their presence in our midst today. Yobe, as a state that was inflicted with over a dozen years of incidency, with devastating consequences on all facets of our lives, needs a deliberate and concerted effort to ensure quick recovery.
As a way of discovering talent in Yobe State, the State Ministry of Youth and Sports, in conjunction with other partners, organized Governor's Cup football competition for the 17 local government areas of the state. Flagging off the event at the August 27 Stadium, the Matru, the State Commissioner for Youth and Sports, Barama Shitima, commended Governor Boni's unwavering support and renovation of the stadium and other sport infrastructures in the state.
This state-of-art facility is a testament to our administration's commitment to promoting sport development in Yobe State. The AstroTurf football pitch will provide a safe and conducive environment to train and compete. As we gather here today, I would like to express my gratitude to His Excellency, the Executive Governor, for his unwavering support and vision for sport development in our dear state. This competition is aimed at promoting unity, teamwork, and healthy competition among our teeming youth and serves as avenues of discovering indigenous talents. The Ministry's appreciation will not be complete without expressing our heartfelt gratitude to the state government, also for the recent construction of sheds for sitting segments and the construction of VIP lounge in our stadium. These infrastructural developments have significantly enhanced the overall aesthetic appeal and functionality of the stadium.
Governor Boni addressed journalists on the objective of the event.
I congratulate the ministry and all other good people of Yobe State for this edifice, and I want to assure the good people of Yobe State going forward we will do our best to ensure that such a sport is encouraged, especially catching them young will going to serve as talent hunts, especially bringing all the local governments and all other communities together to participate in this competition is really encouraging, and as a government we will do our best to ensure that we develop sport in Yobe State, not only in the area of football. We are planning for other sporting activities like traditional wrestling and other sporting activities, actually to engage people in their various sporting activities. And
I'm sure it is going to serve as a talent hunt.
It speaks more on plans for effective maintenance of the renovated stadium.
The maintenance culture must be our priority, and especially the ministry and then the management of the Desert Star. Particularly, they are the major beneficiary of this edifice, and we are looking forward to hosting so many sporting activities here. So this is quite commendable, and I want to actually draw the attention of all of them to ensure that maintenance and maintaining the standard of the pitch and all other edifices that it's put on.
Introducing the new Jig Sachet. Whitening your whites has never been more affordable. Now you can keep whites shining brighter and disinfect by killing 99.9% of germs on your floors and other surfaces. Just jig it with Jig Sachet.
The future belongs to the dreamers, to the doers, to those who are not afraid of the side hustle. It's for those who are ready to turn their passion into something big. And to help keep you revitalized and inspired, Top Tea is with you every step of the way. You are made for more. Find your inspiration. Top Tea, big round bags of flavor.
Voted as the best TV station of the year. TVC News breaks into the core of every event as they happen. Following all nationwide big and impactful stories. We tell the news from every perspective, covering every human angle. I am Veronica, bringing you the news you would want to watch.
Imagine a country with over 300 plenty languages. Why you go the only focus on Yoruba, Hausa and Igbo? Where we get a common language where they unite everybody from Oga to even Madam self and every person where they for street. That's why we dey introduce you 89.9 Yanga FM, the #1 urban pidgin radio station where they unite us all. From the award-winning breakfast show Waiting Day with your brother, your friend Wale Po.
Everywhere. So Bobo.
You dey joke for this time.
This is not Cruise Express.
And this go be the best 4 hours of our life. Country people, make una join us.
Oh.
Now we be What's Up Naija crew. Now we they give you wetin dey sup for inside we country. Yes, so keep it loud.
If God be your papa, why you not gonna make Yanga?
Found to a holla. Now here we dey settle all the matter. Bro, we right here. Nobody better than we, right?
Okay, now whispers be that. Make I just be the last sensible voice where you go here.
Now we be 89.9 Yanga FM.
From the beeping mainframes of the 1960s to the smartphone in your pocket, and now machines that can think, learn, and speak like us. This is Techni Fire. Hello and welcome. I am Dr. Aruwa Joy. On this show, we connect the dots between the past, present, and the future of technology. We revisit the genius of yesterday's breakthroughs, the microchip, the internet, and the first robot arm. And we dive into tomorrow, AI that can create art, machines that can heal the body, and tech that's reshaping how we live and work. Every week, we explore where we have been, where we are, and where we are going. This isn't about gadgets. It's about the people, the possibilities, and the power of imagination. Welcome to the conversation. Welcome to the future. Welcome to Techni Fire.
this Sunday. They are the unsung heroes, maintaining order in the midst of chaos. They brave the elements and defy the odds to keep traffic moving with grit and grace. Meet Olasheni, a devoted traffic warden, fearlessly taking charge on the roads of Akure.
I love the job, even though I can put my son in the job to join the work, because I love the job. That's why I hold on well.
To many, he's one of a kind, a symbol of unwavering dedication.
I think that is one of the persons they love.
He does the job very well.
Ayo Muradio tells us the story of the man keeping gridlock at bay, one wave at a time, with flair. That's on Sunday's specials, where great stories live. At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Different regional caucuses in the National Assembly endorsed President Tinubu for a second term in office. It's been a busy time in the corner of the APC at the National Assembly as different groups endorsed President Tinubu ahead of 2027 election. This is the Halo Chambers on TVC News. I am Tijesu Adiri. The President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House of Representatives led other principal officers of the National Assembly to endorse President Bola Tinubu for a second term in office and also adopt him as a sole candidate of the party. This endorsement was at the National Summit of the All Progressives Congress held at the Presidential Villa in Abuja.
Because you have done a difficult job well, that it is time for us to reward you by sending you back to the presidency for a second term in office. I move, therefore, as the Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that Mr. President return, one, as a candidate of the APC unopposed, and secondly, as the next president for a second term come 2027. I so move. Listen to that voice. That's the voice of the Senate President. I so move. Mr. Speaker.
I stand on behalf of the whole entire 109 senators, 360 members, and all the 36 speakers and their members to second this very important motion moved by the Senate President as well second.
Distinguished colleagues, right honorable members, members of the houses of assemblies across Nigeria, those in support of the motion, seconded rightly by the right honorable Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, GCON, those in support, give me your voice and say, aye. And those against say nay. The ayes have it.
In a strong show of unity, all members of the National Assembly representing Katsina State have officially endorsed Governor Umar Diko Rada for a second term in office. The endorsement made under the platform of the All Progressives Congress comes well ahead of the 2027 general elections and significantly boosts the governor's re-election prospects. The announcement was made during a gathering of lawmakers where Honorable Sada Soli, representing Jibia and Keita Federal Constituency, spoke on behalf of his colleagues in the House of Representatives. He emphasized that the decision to support Governor Rada was a collective one, stemming from their assessment of his performance and the widespread support expressed by their constituents across Katsina.
We, as elected representatives of the people of Katsina State at the National Assembly, we have listened to the voices of our constituents who have expressed their satisfaction with the performance of Malan Dukko Umar Ratna, PhD, CON, as Governor of Katsina State for his remarkable achievements and unwavering commitment to the progress of Katsina State. We, the elected representatives in the National Assembly from Katsina State, hereby align with our constituents to declare our full support for the re-election of Malan Dukko Umar Ratna as the sole candidate under the platform of our great party, the APC.
The Benue State Caucus of the All Progressives Congress in the National Assembly has thrown its weight behind President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, endorsing him as the sole candidate for the 2027 presidential election. Speaking at a press conference in the National Assembly, the lawmakers, led by Senator Titus Zam, praised the president's transformational leadership and cited key federal interventions in Benue State as justification for the endorsement. This includes major road infrastructure projects, the establishment of the North Central Development Commission, increased investment in health institutions, and the construction of affordable housing under the Renewed Hope agenda. They also pointed to the 44 billion naira allocated to Benue State through post-subsidy removal funds, infrastructure funding, and subnational intervention programs as a demonstration of federal support.
And unequivocally endorse His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for a second term in office as the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Our endorsement is rooted in a comprehensive assessment of President Tinubu's transformative leadership, his unwavering commitment to national development, and the tangible achievements recorded under his administration since May 29, 2023.
The House of Representatives Committee on Petroleum Resources Upstream and the Special Committee on Crude Oil Theft have resolved to jointly introduce 5 bills aimed at addressing key challenges affecting Nigeria's oil industry. The chairman of the two committees, Al-Hassan Dogwa, made this known at a joint meeting in Abuja. He said the proposed bills are part of a legislative intervention to support national efforts in securing oil and gas assets and curbing crude oil theft. One of the bills seeks to establish a national commission that will be empowered to prevent and prosecute pipeline vandalism and other oil sector-related crimes. Mr. Dogwa says the bills are not individual efforts, but represent member collective commitment to addressing the challenges in the sector.
The committee covers issues to do with the live wire of the economy of this country. Vandalizations of oil assets, national assets in the oil and producing areas of our country is one critical problem that has always continuously affected even our budgetary projections. And part of the reasons why we have taken this mandate so seriously is that the fact that even the government itself, the president has persistently been so worried and concerned about attacks and insecurity issues around the oil producing states and areas of our country.
Thank you for staying with the Hallowed Chambers. My guest today is an honorable member of the House of Representatives. His name is Honorable Sada Soli, and he represents Jibia Keita Federal Constituency of Katsina State. It's good to have you, Honorable, in our studio.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us. Well, let's jump straight into it. APC lawmakers have endorsed President Tinubu as their sole candidate for 2027. How big of a deal is this politically, and does this mean that he has the support of voters all around?
Oh, absolutely. He couldn't have been the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria if he has no support of the voters. So this endorsement is a testimony that the APC government is still with the people, is still with the Nigerian people. And it is only natural. The trajectory of the current political climate, comes with endorsement of candidates that we feel that they can stand the test of time, and candidates that have proven that they can provide leadership, they can take decision when it is necessary to take a decision, and that is a demonstration of a leadership. And you cannot afford to lose such quality of leadership when the country requires leaders that can take tough decision at tough time, so that the country can move towards a greater position.
But isn't it possible that this is just a show of loyalty within the party rather than a reflection of public support?
There is no politics without loyalty. There is no party politics without loyalty. Demonstration of loyalty in the party politics is a testimony that the party is moving, the party is cohesive, the party is towards providing leadership for a country that it governs.
Well, in 2023, if we cast our mind back, President Tinubu didn't win some of the key states in the northwest states like Katsina, your state, Kaduna and Kano. What's likely to change this time around, and will these states come in handy to help him secure enough votes?
I think it's a wrong narrative for
Senate's Committee on Public Accounts insists on summoning the CEO of NNPC Limited. House of Representatives sets up committee to investigate recent attacks in Benue State. And also, the gale of defections continue to sweep through the National Assembly. Later on the program, the newest member of the APC in the Senate will join us live. This is the Hello Chambers on TVC News. I am Tijesu Adiri. The Senate's Committee on Public Accounts has summoned the Group Managing Director of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, and other top officials to appear before it on July 10th, 2025. This follows the corporation's failure to honor an earlier invitation to respond to 10 audit queries raised by the Auditor General of the Federation. Instead, the NNPCL requested a 2-month extension, citing the need to compile documents and attend an ongoing retreat. The Senate, however, rejected the delay and issued a fresh directive asking the NNPCL to appear within the next 10 working days or face sanctions. Meanwhile, agencies including the EFCC, ICPC, DSS, and NFIU were present at the session as scheduled.
This committee is giving NNPC 10 working days from today to appear before the committee with the relevant questions, answers to the questions earlier issued for this investigation to continue. If at that day NNPC does not respond accordingly, then this committee will have no option than to invoke and assert all the powers available to the committee or to the Senate constitutionally. The chief executive of NNPC, that is the group managing director, should and must be in attendance. He should be the one to lead the committee.
The House of Representatives has approved 1.13 trillion naira for the Nigerian Customs Service for the 2025 fiscal year. It also extended the capital components of the 2024 budget from June 30 to December 31st, 2025. After the budget defense session with the Nigerian Customs Service, the committee led by Kogi State member Leke Abejide laid its report at the last legislative date. Now the report is up for consideration and the chairman outlines its composition as he defends the recommendation.
The House do consider the reports of the Committee of Customs and Excise on the issue from the Statutory Revenue Fund of Nigeria Customs Service projected revenue of 1,332,548,855,205 naira 88 kobo for 2025 fiscal year. They had to generate what we fund them. Initially, it was from 7% collection. From this particular budget, it has now moved to 4% FOB. That is, whatever they collect for government, they are not going to take anything from it.
Another committee of the House of Representatives is to investigate the persistent killings and crisis that has plagued Benue State over the last 15 years. It was a solemn moment in the House of Representatives as Benue State lawmaker Dixon Takigir drew attention to the recent killings of more than 200 persons in the state by suspected bandits. He recounts that the state has been susceptible to violent attacks in the last 15 years, and the lives of several indigenes have been cut short. The mass-scale destruction of properties has also left many from the state homeless and jobless. Mr. Takigir wants the incessant attacks investigated and, more significantly, perpetrators brought to book to serve as deterrents to others.
The House notes that over 200 indigenes of Yelwata community in Guma local government area of Benue State were massacred in a violent attack on the 14th of June 2025. Further notes that thousands of residents have been displaced, leading to a dire humanitarian situation marked by the loss of lives, destruction of property, and widespread destitution. Aware that similar attacks have occurred regularly within and beyond the constituency, exacerbating insecurity and fear among communities in the area. Further aware that the National Emergency Management Agency and other relevant relief agencies have been called upon to provide urgent humanitarian assistance to the affected areas. Concerned that the scale of the crisis requires immediate and coordinated intervention to prevent further loss of lives and to provide adequate support for the displaced persons affected in the community. Worried that any delay in response and lack of comprehensive security measures may escalate the violence and deepen humanitarian crisis in the area. My prayers, Mr. Speaker, the House resolves that the House mandates the relevant House Committee on Interior and Security to immediately visit Yelwata and affected communities in Guma local government to assess the situation on the ground and report back with recommendations. The House calls on the National Emergency Agency, the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Disaster Management and Social Development, and all relevant agencies to urgently provide adequate relief materials and medical assistance to the displaced persons and victims of the attack. The House urges the federal government and security agencies to intensify efforts to restore peace and security in Guma local government area and to protect vulnerable communities from further attacks. The House directs the Committee on Human Rights to investigate the circumstances surrounding the massacre and to ensure justice is served to the victims and their families. And finally, the House directs the federal government to build a forward operation base for the army in Yelwata to forestall further attack on the border community.
The gale of defections at the National Assembly continues, and this time from the Labour Party. Senator Neda Imasuen, representing Edo South, has officially joined the All Progressives Congress. His defection notice was conveyed in a letter read by the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, during plenary. The Edo senator cited internal crisis within the Labour Party, a lack of ideological clarity, and what he called a disconnect from the people. Senator Imasuen said the APC offers a more progressive and transformational platform to serve his constituents. The move was met with cheers from the ruling party as fellow APC lawmakers physically moved him to their side of the chamber. This development comes on the heels of 3 senators from Kebbi State also leaving the PDP for the APC. With these latest changes, the APC now has 69 seats in the Senate, while the PDP holds 30. The Labour Party is down to 4, with the NMPP at 1, SDP 2, and ABGA 2. Joining me on the program is Senator Neda Imasuen, representing Edo South Senatorial District. Welcome to the program, distinguished Senator Imasuen.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I appreciate this.
Well, they say when politicians defect, they are often accused of lacking principles and ideologies, and their move is seen as a betrayal of the party that gave them the votes. Is that not the case here?
No, not at all. It's not the case here. But again, I sympathize and I understand people who hold such views that is either lack of principle or betrayal of the trust of the people. But you must also remember that the first thing that a politician, I speak for myself, the first thing that we have is the service to the people. That's the overriding interest for me. And so it's within that context that you begin to see how you can serve your people better. In my constituency, in Edo State, for instance, and in fact, in my old party, which is the Labour Party, if I ask the question honestly, where is the position of the Labour Party today? No one can honestly give me an answer because I don't even know. I'm supposed to be a senator in Labour Party, but I don't know what is happening in Labour Party. I don't even know who the chairman is today, nor do I know who the secretary is. The leadership of the party has actually crumbled and nothing is happening. And so looking at that context, you begin to ask yourself whether or not it's a platform at all to run on. And the ready answer to that is not the platform. And don't be surprised that very soon, hey, those leaders in Labour Party today are looking for other places where they want to run. The coalition is swallowing all of them in now. And so they are also abandoning Labour Party. And so when you look at the whole situation, you ask yourself, where is Labour Party going? And you see that it's not going anywhere. And so for a politician who is in politics, you have to seek shelter when your house is burning. You can't wait in there and get burnt. So that's that for me. And for whether or not it's a betrayal of my constituent, I don't see it from that perspective because the whole idea, like I said before, is the service to them. If Labour does not offer the platform and the opportunity to serve them now, should I wait and don't serve them, or should I move and be able to serve them better? So leaving the party to the ruling party is putting me in the center and an opportunity to serve them better than I had done before, especially the precarious situation with Labour Party today.
You have cited internal crisis within the Labour Party as reasons for jumping ship. Could it not have been possible to stay back and fix the problem rather than jumping into an unfamiliar terrain?
Well, if I have time, I probably can explain to you the efforts that I have personally put in concert with other senators in Labour Party to try to arrest the situation. Just like you saw the PDP people went to see the INEC chairman, we also did. You know, it didn't make the headline, but we did, to sit down the INEC chairman, who advised that we should try to come together, that it's a political problem that is going to require a political solution and not court. That if we attempt to go to court, it's going to linger on and will serve no purpose. And so we came together. I went to Peter Obi myself, His Excellency, and discussed the situation with him. And he said, the situation will be arrested. And an attempt was made.
where we all went to Umuahia, you know, under the hosting of His Excellency OT to find resolution. And in that meeting, everybody was invited to come. All the warring parties were invited to come to that meeting. A few of them didn't come. And the meeting went on, and a caretaker committee was formed that I was a member of. 3 days after that event, one of the chairmen went on air and said he was going to expel everybody from the party. Who is Peter Obi to call? Who is OT to call a meeting? Who are they? They don't have the right. In fact, he can expel them from the party, and if we don't rescind what we did, he was going to do all of that. I mean, that was quite insulting. But again, he didn't even stop at that. A few days or weeks later, he went to court. And that case dragged on until it got to the Supreme Court. And what did the Supreme Court do? Send the case back and said that the first court of instance, High Court, Appeals Court, had no business even entertaining that case in the first place. And that the case should be sent back to the party to solve the problem. Which party? Party that had the problem, they couldn't solve it, went to court, and it came back to them. I mean, you could just see that there's no headway in this in the quagmire that befell Labour Party. And so for me, it is not a betrayal of the trust that people had for me. I'll continue to be appreciative and to show my gratitude to them for electing me, and to also assure them that the change of one party to the other does not in any way reduce my representation of them. Indeed, it is going to even elevate it.
Now you're with the All Progressives Congress, but your former party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi, accused the APC of orchestrating the crisis in the Labour Party. Is this true?
Well, I don't know what happens in the back room or, behind the scene, but I find it funny that your house is in disorder, and you are calling your neighbor, blaming your neighbor for the reason why your house is in disorder. If you are the father of the house, you have a wife, you have children, and there's quarrel, you should be able to harmonize or to bring peace. And if you are not able to do it, then you must also know that you have one child or two children who are so recalcitrant and not obeying you, not listening to your directives, and therefore hell-bent on bringing your house down. And so that you can't blame someone else for it. I don't think so.
Are you not worried that your chances of winning the elections again may have become slimmer now that you have joined the APC and abandoned the Labour Party? Again, I'm one of those persons that is very realistic. This is not really about winning the election today or tomorrow. If I had remained in Labour Party, I may not even have the opportunity to run at all. You understand? That's the situation. I may not even be on the field to play that game. So I had to be on the field to play the game in the first place, to want to score a goal. And in Labour Party, I do not see them fielding candidates because of the situation that has befallen them. And you don't be surprised that in the near future, that the so-called leaders today of the Labour Party will find home or solace elsewhere other than Labour Party. I won't be surprised if that happens. So the issue of fear of being able to win the election next time or not is not even the issue for me. The issue for me is that let me first of all have a platform to run on. Now, what's the big deal with the APC? You could have defected to any other political party. Why APC?
Please give me a suggestion. PDP is as disheveled or as confused as the Labour Party is. Where could I have gone? Remember, excuse me, that all politics is local. The parties in my state, Edo State, APC, PDP, and Labour. That's it. Is the NMPP? They're not there. Which party is there? They're not there. Well, and so, what are the options for me?
Well, thank you for your time, distinguished Senator. We wish you well in your political future.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I appreciate this.
Politics. In Nigeria, almost every part of our lives is touched by the politics we play. Governance, legislative matters, the economy, security, foreign affairs, internal affairs. Have a feel as strategic plays in the political space determine how we live in Nigeria. The players, the drama, chess piece moves. Be kept informed. Watch analysis of major happenings in the political space and how it affects you. Watch Politics on...
Introducing the new Jig Sachet. Whitening your whites has never been more affordable. Now you can keep whites shining brighter and disinfect by killing 99.9% of germs on your floors and other surfaces. Just jig it with Jig Sachet.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Welcome to Labour Lens. I am Sharon Ijason. On this week's edition of the program, we'll be focusing on activities that shaped the 113th ILO conference happening in Geneva, Switzerland. We also have news stories for you. We will be right back.
The conference featured several committee meetings among delegates focused on advancing decent work for all. The adoption of these pioneering international labor standards call on member states to develop national policies and implement measures for occupational safety and health. These policies must include prevention and protection against biological hazards, as well as the development of preparedness and response measures for accidents and emergencies. Employers are required to implement preventive and protective measures in collaboration with workers, who must also be informed and trained about the associated hazards and risk.
I have heard a broad consensus that social dialogue and democratic institutions are essential to foster the social cohesion, to build the trust, and to support both sustainable enterprises and a human-centered societies. These new international labor standards strengthen our occupational safety and health corpus on emergency preparedness and risk management of biological hazards in the working environment.
The employers are pleased that the CAS successfully concluded its work this year. Once again, the CAS demonstrated its ability to conduct a results-oriented tripartite dialogue and adopt conclusions in the cases discussed. I would like to reiterate a few points. Under the general discussion of the Committee of Experts' general report, the employers had highlighted the following points. First, the employers support streamlining reporting under Article 22 of the ILO Constitution. We believe this process has the potential to ease the reporting burden on ratifying states and improve overall efficiency. We note that streamlining reporting can only be effective and efficient if governments have sufficient capacity for reporting. Therefore, in addition to streamlining reporting, a more committed and deliberate approach to pre-ratification is indeed needed to ensure that ratifying states are both willing and able to comply meaningfully. Second, with regard to Convention 87 and the right to strike, which has already been referred to the ICJ for an advisory opinion, we note that this matter is still pending, and we look forward to finding a constructive and unified way forward in a tripartite manner once the ICJ has issued its advisory opinion.
The adoption of the report of the CAS offers a timely opportunity to reflect on the role of our committee in the ILO. This role is central. Our committee contributes to the founding objective of promoting peace and social justice, which the ILO set for itself at its creation, to protect workers, to guarantee human dignity, and to put in place safeguards that prevent exploitation and a race to the bottom, and in that regard, to ensure a level playing field for enterprises and governance, and thus realize sustainable societies. The role of the proper application of international labor standards by member states and its supervision is indispensable in this regard. The ILO should therefore reaffirm the centrality of its supervisory system in the realization of its mandate and give it all the resources it needs to be effective. It is through the setting, promotion, ratification, and effective supervision of standards that we realize these goals of our founding. In order to fulfill this mandate at this session, we were able to examine the cases on our list, except two, and adopt consensual conclusions. We also examined Belarus in the context of the special sitting. This ability to reach and adopt conclusion is an achievement that must be duly appreciated, which must be guided solely by the aim of addressing the challenges faced by each member state in the most relevant and effective way possible.
The conference also included standard-setting discussions regarding decent work in the platform economy, among other relevant topics.
It is important to note that even with technological advancements and the ushering in of new forms of work and changing work environment, we continue to see the importance of protecting workers' rights and promoting sustainable enterprises. We should therefore collectively work towards the adoption of instruments in the next session of the ILC. Let us all do the necessary work in our respective groups to enable success in the next session.
The 113th International Labour Conference was held in Geneva, Switzerland, and was attended by over 5,400 delegates representing government, employers, and workers' organizations. Sharon Jackson, TVC News, Geneva, Switzerland.
Let me commend TVC for providing this platform to workers, Nigerian workers and leaders of labor movements to air or share their experiences. As you are aware, the ILC is a platform that is common for all workers around the world. And naturally, when we meet, discussions are to share experiences, report cases, and case studies as it affects different countries, different continents. And social justice, is something that has come to stay. And what it clearly shows and what it means is that the world of work is becoming universal, is becoming uniform. And workers in Nigeria should aspire and should hope to become workers like their colleagues in other climes. We've listened to people from Latin America, from other African countries, from European countries, and the decency that is required by government and employers of labor, to deploy to the world of work. And Nigerian workers, are among the most oppressed ones because of the social injustice, because of the poor infrastructure that is available for them, because of the lack of quick response, to their needs, especially when it affects probably accidents at the places of work, and other exigencies. So we are leaving this place better informed, we are leaving this place better educated, and relationships have been established, networks have been provided, and Nigerian union leaders have been able to, reach out and air their opinions, and also we've been advised on how to improve what we have on ground.
The challenge is all over the world. Social protection is something that is very important, especially for the developing nations. You talk about health protection, unemployment protection, you look at even life insurance and all that.
What is expected of the government, who's the employer, and even the workers, is to work hand in hand to be able to provide this social protection.
We were here sometimes like this last year, and we are back to Geneva again this year, and the position remain steadfast on the take on this year's theme of the ILO. You could even attest to it by the contribution that was made at the floor, and even the position that was postulated by our Honorable Minister for Labour and Productivity. And I want to specifically say that Nigeria too is in line with the take by the ILO conference of this year. And we are believing that we are going to work in accordance with what has been resolved in this year's conference.
Social justice is very important, particularly to workers in our country. So that is why if we can see that this year there is even new committees that were selected to ensure social justice among the workforce. And a lot of us served in different capacity in these committees, which includes the Committee on Biological Hazards, Committee on Application of Standards, Committee on Transition Towards Formality, and so on. So I believe with the discussion we held during the conference, we will take it back to the country and we will continue to advocate for social justice for our workforce.
On the Profile Interview segment this week, I'll be speaking with an expert from the International Labour Organization on just transition. It tells me it's expedient for developing nations to have a framework and policies that would guide the just transition to ensure that job cuts do not affect workers. It is good to have you on the program.
Thank you for having me.
A lot has been happening in the world of work, and you just finished a conversation where we have people from different nations discuss about just transition. Can you tell us why is it important for us to discuss just transition at this point in time?
Well, thank you. Here in the International Labour Conference, we had today the annual forum of the Global Coalition for Social Justice. And one of the important conversations was a conversation on just transition. So this is a very important discussion because as countries take action to address climate and environmental change, we will see two things happen in the labor markets. One is opening up a massive opportunity for creating more and possibly better jobs. In the ILO, we estimated that a low carbon and circular economy can generate up to 100 million jobs by 2030. But at the same time, there is going to be unavoidable damage. Some workers will lose income, jobs, some enterprises lose business assets. So we estimate that about 80 million jobs can be at risk if there is not reskilling, upskilling. So the debate about just transition is how do we maximize the socioeconomic opportunities and benefits of jobs, income growth, and minimize the risk of social and economic disruption, loss of jobs and income.
You had about an hour, 30 minutes conversation with member countries. What was the feedback? Is there a renewed agenda towards ensuring that some member countries that are not up to date with the transition they're probably ready to take the necessary steps?
Well, the discussion was very encouraging. So this notion of a just transition was somehow at the periphery of the climate agenda, but now it's becoming centerpiece. Countries realize that if you want to have an ambitious action to tackle climate change, dealing with the labor markets, ensuring that workers in the fossil fuel industry, for example, in coal, oil, and gas, that may be negatively impacted, enterprises that could lose business assets, and communities that could be disrupted, is not at the end of the process. It is really upfront. So if you don't have that engagement for workers to see the future for them, enterprises to see that they can stay in business, then the ambition is not going to be possible. And I think what the conversation today demonstrated is that climate ambition is not just about numerical targets. Climate ambition is ultimately and fundamentally about people and their capacities to change.
Capacity to change, the likelihood for job cuts. What do you think should be the advocacy from the workers' side, from the employers, and probably from government in terms of policies?
The policies are going to be very important, and the conversation today went on two sides. First, in the climate space, where countries are now designing the nationally determined contributions on climate change, it's important to build in them decent work and just transition objectives as very clear objectives. Then second, in terms of employment policies, countries should be able also to identify the opportunities and challenges that climate action could have on jobs. And these can be unintended consequences as well. So there is a massive opportunity, like I said, for 100 million jobs, but this is not going to happen by default. There needs to be reskilling of workers to move from fossil fuels to renewable energy jobs, but also for young women and girls to get the skills to have to capture the jobs in the emerging economy. There needs to be social protection. Those losing income need to be supported in this process. And this is important because if you look at the 20 countries most vulnerable to climate change today, only about 9% of their population has access to any social security. So we need to do more on social protection. Then finally, financing a just transition. You need to have funding for skills programs, social protection, and making sure that this is done through social dialogue. Governments have to be sitting together with actors in the real economy, and these are workers, employers, and that collective engagement is what society needs to make things possible.
Talking about Global Coalition for Social Justice, the issue of, not the issue now, the conversation on just transition is was brought out of the Coalition for Social Justice. How far would you say Africa has fared in terms of ensuring that the workspace is just and fair?
Well, I think Africa is really at the forefront of this agenda because most countries are highly vulnerable to climate change. But there is also in Africa many important oil and gas producers. We heard today the story about Nigeria, how the country is in a gradual and orderly manner planning its phasing out from fossil fuels and getting into more clean energy, diversifying the energy systems, but ensuring that this leads to business and prosperity and job and income growth at the same time. You see in Africa countries that are becoming new oil and gas producers. While the global agenda is decarbonizing, Mauritania, Senegal, other countries are just becoming oil and gas producers. Now, these countries will certainly want to benefit from that opportunity, but at the same time, they want to avoid a lock-in effect in the fossil fuel sector. So how do you design policies to benefit from resources, revenues from oil and gas, at the same time invest in the diversification and transformation of economies over time? And we see that very, very much in a number of countries, from Egypt to Morocco, Namibia, very active on the hydrogen economy. So I would say Africa is really at the forefront of this agenda with governments, but also business organizations like NBI in South Africa and the trade unions. We just saw Somalia Federation of Trade Union today signing this call to action. So there's really a very positive agenda for the African region.
Yes, of course, we know that there's need for more commitments, more reaffirm conversations from member countries. But going forward, what do you think needs to be done in terms of ensuring that the target is met And I would like to ask again, would you say that there is any targets by the International Labour Organization towards ensuring that we have cleaner energy and a cleaner workspace?
Well, there is an agenda with very clear targets and indicators, and this agenda is the 2030 agenda, the Sustainable Development Goals that must be achieved by 2030. Obviously, in some of these goals, including the target goal 13 on climate action, there is anxiety as to whether the goals of the Paris Agreement would be achieved. But at the same time, I think the political will is there. The African countries are doing their best, but it's very important also to recognize that in this whole agenda on climate, African countries have played a minimal role in terms of causing climate change in the first place. So which means that international cooperation has to be very important, supporting African countries in terms of financing, technology. And these are some of the principles enshrined in the UN Framework Agreement on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement. So again, the international cooperation with development partners and international organization has to be a very important element to enable African countries to be where they want to be.
Talking about finance, what more do you think needs to be done to ensure that African countries actually benefit from whatever fund that is in place to ensure that this just transition is made possible?
Well, I think in Africa, many countries face the challenge of procedures to access existing climate funds, whether it's the Green Climate Fund, the Global Environment Facility Adaptation Fund. We hear countries saying that these funds are there with billions of dollars, but the procedures, the time it takes them to get projects to pipeline, to getting the finance is too long. I think streamlining these processes is something that could be very critical. But then I want to underline the fact that when we speak about just transition, we mean that there must be financing to support trade unions that will require reskilling, upskilling to move, say, from fossil fuel jobs to clean energy jobs. You need to finance the income support that workers that may lose jobs and income in the process of decarbonization will face, and communities that might be so much disrupted. The challenge is that when countries speak about climate finance, they don't have necessarily in mind these social dimensions. They still seem to consider them to be about traditional development finance. And here there is a very important shift in mind to see that these social spending, they are not expenditures and social costs. They are investments that must be part of climate investment, and that projects that Nigeria, South Africa, or Somalia would need to take to the Green Climate Fund to train their unions, their workers, their communities to transform, should have access to existing climate funding mechanisms. And this shift in mind that the social dimension has to be financed as parts of climate investment. So that is really a missing piece where a difference can be made.
You spoke about the people. On a final note, I would like you to speak about the need for inclusion when we have this kind of conversation.
Well, it's very important to have an inclusive process. First of all, in policy design and implementation, governments alone cannot do it. They have to engage with trade unions, their organizations, workers, and communities, which in the world of work, we refer to social dialogue and stakeholder engagement. But at the same time, the inclusion has a gender dimension. We find that in most cases, when you see phasing down of coal mines, the attention is paid to male workers in the mines because most of them are men. But where you have a coal mine or coal plant, there are many other businesses around the ecosystem run by women, and those are sometimes tend to be overlooked in programs of compensation. So we need to ensure that this gender dimension is taken up and that we have more women in clean energy jobs. So if you look at employment in the energy sector, female employment is about 20% now. In renewable energies, it's about 32%, which is a little better, but we need to do more.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
And that's all we can take on today's edition of the program. Join us next week for a fresh edition of the show. I am Sharon Ijason. Thanks for watching, and remember that labor creates wealth.
Introducing the new Jig Sachet. Whitening your whites has never been more affordable. Now you can keep whites shining brighter and disinfect by killing 99.9% of germs on your floors and other surfaces. Just jig it with Jig Sachet.
Imagine a country with over 300 plenty languages. Why you go the only focus on Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo? Where we get a common language where they unite everybody from Oga to even Madam self and every person where they for street. That's why we dey introduce you 89.9 Yanga FM, the #1 urban pidgin radio station where they unite us all. From the award-winning breakfast show, Waiting Day, with your brother, your friend, Wale Po.
Everywhere.
Oh, Papa.
You a joke for this
This na Cruise Express.
And this go be the best 4 hours of our life. Country people, make una join us.
Oh.
Now we be What's Up Naija crew. Now we they give you wetin dey sup for inside we country. Yes, so keep it locked. If God be your papa, why you not gonna make Yanga?
How do I holla?
Now here we dey settle all the matter.
Bro, you're right here. Nobody better than we, right?
Okay, now whispers with that. Make I just be the last sensible voice where you go hear.
Now we be 89.9 Yanga FM.
From the beeping mainframes of the 1960s to the smartphone in your pocket, and now machines that can think, learn, and speak like us. This is Techni Fire. Hello and welcome. I am Dr. Alua Joy. On this show, we connect the dots between the past, present, and the future of technology. We revisit the genius of yesterday's breakthroughs, the microchip, the internet, and the first robot arm. And we dive into tomorrow, AI that can create art, machines that can heal the body, and tech that's reshaping how we live and work. Every week, we explore where we have been, where we are, and where we are going. This isn't about gadgets. It's about the people, the possibilities, and the power of imagination. Welcome to the conversation. Welcome to the future. Welcome to Techni Fire.
The Shared Prosperity Weekly TV series on TVC News. It is through this telecast the viewers get to know what is happening in the prosperity government of His Excellency Senator Hope Uzodinma, the Executive Governor of Imo State. Through this program, all questions agitating the minds of citizens and residents of Imo State are answered in details with documentary evidence. Don't miss it. Keep a date with us every Sunday on TVC News by 9 p.m.
To learn to speak to situations, but that is the way of dominion. You speak to your documents, you speak to your body, you call your organ well. Speak over your business, speak over opportunities that come your way. Accepting your height, accepting your color. They even like your wife, and then you want to prosper. 5 loaves of bread will not multiply with murmuring and complaining. Abraham and Lot, that was the game. Lot misbehaved. Abraham carried 318 soldiers to rescue him. At the end of the day, it was Lot that destroyed himself. Overcome evil with good.
Winning in life brings you undiluted and practical teachings on how to achieve success and gain wisdom in every aspect of life.
Let there be healing where it's needed. Let there be wisdom to make better decisions where it's needed. Let there be supplies of finances where it's needed. In the name of Jesus Christ.
Showing on TVC News DSTV channel 418 every Sunday at 9 a.m.
For God so loved the world, and he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. In Proverbs 28 verse 13, the Bible says, he that covereth his sin shall not prosper, but whosoever confess them and forsake them shall have mercy. Unbelief is sin, unforgiveness is sin, selfishness is sin, insincerity, disobedience, blasphemy, anger, envy, speaking evil of other people, backbiting, murmuring, cursing people, swearing with heaven and earth. All these are terrible sins. You must confess them, renounce them, and promise God no more.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking news.
It is 10 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 10 p.m. in London, 5 p.m. in New York, and 5 a.m. in Beijing. This is TVC News at 10. I am Abosede Adeniro Aderemi. Thank you for joining us tonight. This edition of the news features flashback, a recap of some stories that made headlines during the week. But first, today's news. We begin tonight with political development in and around Rivers State, where Governor Siminalayi Fubara has stated that his decision to pursue a peaceful resolution to the political crisis was driven by the state's best interests. Following a peace deal in Abuja, Governor Fubara was seen in public with Minister of the FCT Nyesom Wike for the first time in Port Harcourt, where he addressed his supporters.
After over a year of public discord, the two key figures in Rivers State's political crisis have taken steps to mend fences, and things seem to be slowly returning to normal. Governor Fubara's presence at the burial ceremony of Nyesom Wike's uncle is a strong indication that both leaders have chosen to put their differences aside and move forward. The governor attended another event to update his supporters and address their concerns about the future. Again, he emphasized that sustaining peace in Rivers State is top priority, and there is no price too big to achieve this.
I did say that there is no price that is too big to pay for peace. I meant it, and I am still ready to follow it to the end. Nobody can take away the role my other played. That's the truth. And if today there is need for us to settle, please, anyone who genuinely believes in me should understand that it is the right thing to do.
Governor Fubara lamented that months of crisis has hindered the progress of his administration, especially in the area of infrastructure development.
Look at the projects that we initiated. Big road have been abandoned. Look at other things that we initiated. Without this crisis, by now I know where I want to be. We know the progress we have recorded. We know areas that would have been developed in these things better than what it is today. So there is need for this peace.
Governor Fubara assured his supporters that the recent reconciliation effort was backed by his political family, and he promised to continue protecting the interests of those who stood by him during the crisis. Uche Okoro, TVC News, Port Harcourt.
Meanwhile, the Progressive Governors Forum has reaffirmed its support for President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda following a two-day strategic meeting in Benin City, Edo State capital. The meeting, hosted by Governor Monday Okwevolo, witnessed APC governors converging to align state-level policies with national priorities. Valentine Osumbo reports.
Benin City, the Edo State capital, hosted governors elected under the All Progressive Congress as they wrap up a high-level strategic section. The two-day meeting organized under the Progressive Governors Forum focused on harmonizing developmental priorities and strengthening party unity. Addressing journalists after the meeting, Chairman of the forum, Governor Okocha said the forum is committed to deepening economic reforms, promoting national cohesion, and align state policies with federal goals.
The meeting created a platform to harmonize development strategies, reinforce party cohesion, and reaffirm their unwavering resolve to sustain progressive governance ideas that prioritize people-centered development, institutional accountability, and intergovernmental collaboration. The strategic engagement provided an opportunity for deep reflection on the nation's socio-economic direction, a reassessment of the subnational role in national transformation, and an affirmation of the forum's commitment to the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR.
The governors also paid a courtesy visit to the palace of the Oba of Benin, Oba Ewa II, where they were warmly received by the monarch.
I want to thank you for the support that you have been giving the governor here in Edo State, and above all, to please extend our warm regards to Mr. President. Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for wonderful work he's trying to get the country together.
The Progressive Governors Forum plans to hold similar sections in other geopolitical zones to advance inclusive development nationwide. Valentine Osumbo, TVC News, Benin.
In Osun State, some members of the People's Democratic Party and Omoluabi Group, who are loyalists and supporters of former Governor Rauf Aregbesola, have joined the All Progressives Congress. We have details in this report.
It was a moment of political realignment in the Ejigbo as some members of the PDP and the Omoluabi Group, loyalists of former Governor Rauf Aregbesola, officially defected to the APC. Receiving the defectors, Senator Mudashiru Zain assured them of equal opportunities within the party, urging them to work for its unity and success in next year's election.
Look at the caliber of people from PDP who grassroots joined, particularly the Omoluabi tendency. We welcome them. That shows that the progressive in the Ejigbo, they are moving.
Them coming back, we should see them as our brothers and sisters, like our family members. And they should have it at the back of our mind. I'm talking about the party members, that politics is a game of numbers. We really need this number. The more, the merrier.
Why the defectors from the PDP cited internal crisis as their reason for leaving, those from the Omoluabi Group explained that meaningful grassroots development could only be achieved through an organized and registered political party rather than an informal caucus.
All the leaders, they have abandoned them. They didn't even carry the leaders along again, to the extent that the party has already fallen.
We will start mobilizing people. We will start telling people the truth that this is a party that we can do to bring down, development down to our people.
Also in Ejigbo, the APC held its senatorial meeting where leaders and members reaffirmed their commitment to ensuring that the party's governorship candidate for next year's election comes from the West Senatorial District. Former Nigerian ambassador to Mexico, Adejare Bello, commended the president for his programs and policies, saying he has not disappointed Nigerians.
Rice was sold for 85,000-90,000. Today, it's around 60,000-62,000. So the tomatoes, the pepper, and all of that, they have come down. Even the petrol, the diesel, they have come down, at least to a reasonable level.
Nigeria has been on the same spot for a very long time.
this is the first government since the First Republic that is doing it differently in order to achieve better results.
The party leaders and members expressed confidence that the APC continues to grow stronger, even with the rising number of governorship aspirants. Rafiu Hamid, TVC News, Ejigbo, Osun State.
Away from that, the Youth Initiative for Advocacy and Growth Africa has released a report on the state of electoral integrity in Nigeria. During this session in Abuja, Executive Director Yaga Africa, Samson Itodo, revealed that the report underscores the fragility of Nigeria's electoral system and the need for sustained multi-stakeholder engagement to safeguard electoral integrity. Senior reporter Habib Lawal has more.
With the 2027 elections fast approaching and the Electoral Act 2022 currently in force, it is expected that INEC will publish the election calendar within a year. Yet, political maneuvering is already underway under the guise of consultations.
Electoral integrity.
Policy experts and civil society organizations here have affirmed to be the bulwark against electoral authoritarianism and a key defender of democratic values.
All our engagement over the years has been on how well we can deepen and strengthen the integrity of our elections. And our commitment is because we recognize that the integrity of elections is very important to our democracy. And it's not simply around the perception or the realities of it. And that people of this country must own and desire to have an electoral system that has integrity.
Movement of results, physical results, from one point to another. On the other hand, that direct transmission is the electronic transmission of results. That's what the INEC said, and that's exactly what it did.
The report emphasizes on restoring electoral integrity, which requires unwavering commitment from all relevant actors and institutions to build a genuine culture of democracy and credible elections.
If the 2027 elections, if the off-cycle elections, if the by-elections will be credible, or if the FCT local elections will be credible, they will be credible if only and only if citizens ensure that they come out to cast their votes, they protect their mandate, and they provide vigilance on the process.
Genuine confidence in the electoral process hinges on the integrity and capacity of the human actors involved. The reports offer key findings to institutional weaknesses, threats to electoral integrity, and recommendations for reforms. It also highlights opportunities in the off-season elections in Anambra, Ekiti and Osun State, and the FCT area council elections as windows to restore confidence in Nigeria's democracy. Habib Lawal, TVC News, Abuja.
Still ahead on the news at 10. President Bola Tinubu begins two-nation visits to St. Lucia and Brazil as part of efforts to deepen Nigeria's engagement with Caribbean nations and strengthen South-South cooperation. We have details after this break. Stay with TVC News.
Every major news story is with many perspectives and layered with different levels of impact.
Hello. What time did this happen? We will be right there.
At TVC News, we follow the big and major news, gathering the facts, witnessing the outcome.
I am here live at the aftermath of the approval of the new national minimum wage.
We are TV station of the year, not just for breaking news, but for being first, fair and accurate. TVC News, first with breaking news.
Thanks for staying with us on TVC News at 10. President Bola Tinubu is on a two-nation visit to St. Lucia and Brazil. His first stop is St. Lucia, where he will pay a state visit as part of efforts to deepen Nigeria's engagement with Caribbean nations and strengthen South-South cooperation. At the end of the visit to the island state, President Tinubu will move to Brazil to participate in the 17th Summit of BRICS in Rio de Janeiro. During the visit to St. Lucia, President Tinubu will pay courtesy calls on the Governor-General, Earl Charles, and Prime Minister Philip Pierre. A key highlight of the visit will be President Tinubu's address to the special joint session of the Senate and the House of Assembly of St. Lucia at the William Jefferson Clinton Ballroom, Sandals Grande, Grosse Islet. President Tinubu will hold a high-level working luncheon with the heads of government of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States after the joint session of the Parliament of St. Lucia. President Tinubu's visit underscores Nigeria's commitment to strengthening diplomatic and economic relations with Caribbean states, especially within the African Union's 6th Region Framework, which recognizes the African diaspora as an essential partner in the continent's development. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has congratulated Comptroller General of the Nigeria Customs Service, Adewale Adeniyi, on his election in Brussels as chairperson of the Council of the World Customs Organization. Mr. Adeniyi made history as the first Nigerian to head the 73-year-old organization, which has 186 member countries and is the highest decision-making body in global customs administration. President Tinubu, in a statement by his special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Ononuga, also commended the board, management and staff of the Nigeria Customs Service on the recognition. The president believes that the hoisting of the Nigerian flag at the WCO headquarters in Brussels marks a significant milestone. He said the event demonstrates the dynamism of the leadership provided by Mr. Adeniyi, who has been the head of the Nigeria Customs Service since his appointment 2 years ago. President Tinubu thanks the Secretary General and WCO leaders for unanimously electing the Comptroller General of the Nigeria Customs Service and assures that his government will support his leadership of the Council. Staying in Brussels, where the Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Ali Pati, says major investments and policy reforms conducted under the leadership of President Bola Tinubu have attracted global commendation and enhanced levels of partnership and external investment finance into Africa's largest economy. Speaking on the sidelines of the European Union's Global Summit in Brussels, Belgium, Professor Pati said the engagements with heads of state, ministers and CEOs of major multilateral institutions have revealed an increasing interest in the win-win investment environment being created within the health sector through policy innovations, which include the Medipool and the presidential initiative to unlock healthcare value chains. He added that President Bola Tinubu, who doubles as the African Union champion for health, is leading a resurgence of foreign investment in Africa across multiple sectors, with the health sector now constituting a foremost frontier of new investor interest in Africa's largest market.
Attended the Global Summit on Health and Prosperity through Immunization, convened by the European Union, the Global Alliance for Vaccines, and Gates Foundation here in Brussels. We were able to meet with several of our development partners who appreciate the reforms in the health sector, which President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been championing through the Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative. We met with ministers from Canada, from the European Commission itself, from the United Kingdom, and other global leaders to discuss Nigeria's efforts and how we collaborate with other countries to advance our own interests, acknowledging the imperative for countries to localize manufacturing capacities in their own borders for some of these commodities.
From Belgium to Ethiopia, where the Vice President of Nigeria, Kashim Shettima, has declared that Nigeria will embark on massive tree planting in the upcoming rainy season as part of its national reforestation and environmental sustainability drive. He said the initiative draws strong inspiration from Ethiopia's Green Legacy Program, which he described as a model for combining climate action with economic opportunity. The Vice President said this earlier today after touring multiple agricultural and industrial facilities across Ethiopia. VP Shatima, who is on a state visit to that country, said Ethiopia is a success story worthy of emulation and the pathfinder for Africa's renaissance. The Vice President acknowledged Ethiopia's achievement in wheat self-sufficiency as a key milestone, pointing out that the country has transformed from importing $1 billion worth of wheat annually to now exporting to neighboring countries, including Djibouti and Kenya.
I was thrilled by the Green Legacy Program because it's a win-win situation. We are reclaiming our lands through afforestation. We are creating jobs in terms of gender inclusion and even youth empowerment initiative, because a lot of youth are employed in raising the seedlings, in planting the trees. We intend to plant 20 billion trees in the next rainy season, but it requires a lot of planning, it requires a lot of energy and drive, which Ethiopia was able to successfully galvanize the population. And greater credit goes to the Prime Minister.
We came here so that we can go and let him know, and I believe that he will replicate it in a much more stronger, bolder scope than what we are seeing in Ethiopia today. He's very much interested in the diversification of the Nigerian economy, enhancement of exports, lines, just not concentration on oil and gas alone. So avocado is one of them, other horticultural crops, pineapple, mango, the rest of them.
Back here in Nigeria, where a 4-day anticipatory action simulation exercise aimed at reducing the impact of flooding has commenced in Kwanta community, Numan local government area of Adamawa State. The exercise is a collaborative effort between the federal government and the United Nations, designed to improve community preparedness and respond to potential flood events. Jesse Daniel reports.
Residents of Bakin Kogi, a community located on the banks of River Gongola in Adamawa State, experience yearly flooding that sometimes results in loss of lives and properties. Their community leader has expressed growing concerns following the 2025 annual flood forecast released by the Nigerian Meteorological Agency, which projected that several communities in Adamawa State are at high risk of severe flooding.
Here, as of last year, we have almost 540 people have left here because of flooding. 2, somebody has been electrocuted. 2 people have been electrocuted because of the flooding.
Emergency! The federal government and the United Nations are not leaving any stone unturned by putting preventive mechanisms in place to mitigate the potential disaster, hence this simulation exercise. The program involved practicing evacuation procedures, utilizing early warning systems, and coordinating with emergency services and humanitarian organizations to minimize the impact of the flooding. The initiative is jointly organized by the Office of the Vice President, the Food and Agriculture Organization, the World Food Programme, and the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. Speaking at the event, WFP Program Policy Officer Mr. Akim Ajebola emphasized the importance of early preparedness to reduce the impact of anticipated flood.
Satellite imagery from NASRA, from the Nigerian Scientific Information System, and also from other satellite imagery from the UN and other global support, and the hectareage of farms and the livelihood that is going to be affected in the 2025. It speaks very higher.
Also speaking, Mrs. Inna Audu, Special Assistant to the President on Humanitarian Affairs and Development Partners, described the initiative as a shift in the federal government approach to disaster risk management.
Because usually over the years we have found out that during flood, the response comes after the flood. So now we are trying to teach the communities to learn how to act before the flood.
We as a state
We are ready. We have all machinery on ground to respond appropriately when the flood comes.
We need a lasting solution here, and the lasting solution to this is the salting of the river, because the river is shallowed.
The simulation is being implemented in partnership with the National Emergency Management Agency (NEMA), the Nigerian Meteorological Agency (NIMET), the Nigerian Hydrological Services, and ATSEMA. JC Daniel, TVC News, Adamawa.
Away from that, the funeral prayer of renowned Nigerian businessman Aminu Dantata has been held in absentia in Kano State. The prayers took place at Umar bin Khattab Friday Mosque, while the deceased is scheduled to be buried in Medina in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The 94-year-old business mogul passed away in Dubai after a prolonged illness. The funeral prayer drew several dignitaries, including the Deputy President of the Senate, Senator Barau Jibrin, and federal lawmaker Al-Hassan Ururum, among others. Aminu Dantata, a respected elder statesman and philanthropist, was one of the last surviving members of the famed Dantata business dynasty.
Alhaji Aminu Dantata was a great man, and in fact, you can say he is the last of his generation, a generation of wealthy men who created a clientele relationship throughout society, developing and mentoring businessmen and merchants.
Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Today, the entire people of Kano, indeed the entire people of Nigeria and the entire Muslim world has lost one of our greatest son, our father, our grandfather. We are praying to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to grant him rest in Jannatul Firdaus. We are praying to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to forgive his shortcomings and to grant us the fortune to bear this irreparable loss.
Any problem you approach him for this, he will solve it. And sometimes he even give money and contribute a lot of money, and he contribute a lot to Islam. We can only pray for him. We cannot do anything more than this. We have to pray for him, and I call all the people of Nigeria and the whole world to pray for him, because we lose a lot of things. We lose a lot.
May his soul rest in peace. Now, talking about innovations in media and communications, TVC Communications has once again earned a continental recognition, winning big at the 14th Digital Innovation Awards held in Accra, Ghana. TVC Communications claims the award for best use of technology in media, a testament to its growing influence and commitment to innovation in African journalism. The award also celebrates the continent's top players in technology, media, and digital transformation in delivering credible news across multiple channels.
Okay, let me take a picture.
Hearty congratulations to the TVC Communications family. We'll now take a break from TVC Entertainment, but the news continues on TVC News and on our various other platforms. We'll take a moment. When we return, we'll be back with the news. Please stay with us.
Voted as the best TV station of the year. TVC News breaks into the core of every event as they happen, following all nationwide big and impactful stories. Without the news from every perspective, covering every human angle. I am Veronica, bringing you the news you would want to watch.
Many thanks for staying with us. Let's talk some security stories now. One person has been confirmed dead, while others sustained injuries after renewed attacks on Monga Doso community in Karim Lamido local government area of Taraba State. The incident occurred just hours after Governor Agbu Kefas inaugurated a commission of inquiry to investigate last month's crisis in the area, which led to the loss of many lives and the destruction of property. Senior reporter Wolabi Adenusi furthered the story.
Karim Lamido local government area, known for its rich farming communities, has recently made headlines for the wrong reasons. In the past few months, over 40 people have been killed in recurring communal clashes, forcing many residents to flee their ancestral homes in fear. In response, Governor Agbu Kefas has not only deployed security personnel to restore order, but has also inaugurated a high-power commission of inquiry to investigate the root causes of the crisis and recommend lasting solutions. In addition to the commission, the governor has also launched the steering committee for the Taraba State Initiative for Farmland and Forest Occupation. Speaking during the inauguration ceremony in Jalingo, Governor Agbu Kefas says the commission's mandate includes restoring peace and stability, identifying and prosecuting sponsors and perpetrators of the violence, promoting reconciliation, and ensuring justice is served.
For the Judicial Commission of Inquiry, the crisis in Karim Lamido represents one of the most painful chapters in our recent history. Lives have been lost, communities have been broken, trust also has been shattered. But where violence has spoken, we must not allow justice to respond.
On the Taraba Initiative for Farmland and Forest Occupation, the governor describes it as a bold and structured strategy to regulate and secure farmlands and forest reserves across the state.
This initiative will secure and regulate farmlands and forest reserves across the state. It will prevent illegal occupation and encroachment through clear frameworks.
In their separate acceptance speeches, the Emir of Muri, Abbas Tafida, and the chairman of the Commission of Inquiry, Justice Silas Haruna, thanked the governor for the trust reposed in them.
I wish to express our gratitude and appreciation to Your Excellency for considering us fit to be charged with the heavy state responsibility that you have bestowed on us.
I thank His Excellency for thinking of Taraba State, for putting Taraba State first, for thinking of all the ways that we could all join together and create a success for Taraba.
Meanwhile, both the Taraba State Police Command and the chairman of the Karim Lamido local government area are yet to respond to the latest attack, which left one person dead and others injured. Efforts made by TVC News to get the chairman and the position of the Nigerian police on the matter was not successful, but as the locals say, the situation is under control now. The people of Karim Lamido remain hopeful that their greatest desire is for peace to return to their communities. Many believe that the steps taken by Governor Kefas, including the setting up of this commission, are indeed steps in the right direction.
Away from that, the Katsina State government has launched a digital training academy alongside 10 million naira grant scheme for small businesses as part of celebrations marking the 2025 International MSME Day. Governor Diko Rada unveiled the State Enterprise Development Agency Digital Academy at a ceremony attended by hundreds of entrepreneurs, traditional rulers and development partners. TVC News correspondent Abdulatif Yusuf has more.
This intervention responds to Nigeria's documented 19.2 youth unemployment rate, a national challenge that assumes particular urgency in Katsina State. The region's post-conflict economic rehabilitation, following years of security disruption to agriculture and commerce, now confronts the dual imperative of job creation and human capital development. Development economists argue such initiative must address both immediate employment gaps and systematic barriers to sustainable growth in vulnerable regions. The newly launched Kasida Digital Academy will provide free training in e-commerce and digital marketing, financial literacy, business strategy development to over 5,000 youths in its first year.
Kasida Digital Academy is a state-backed initiative designed to offer a digital literacy, online entrepreneurship and business management courses to youth, MSMEs, operators and inspiring entrepreneurs.
Governor Dikko presented 50,000 grants to 200 selected entrepreneurs from across the 34 local governments of the state. The governor highlighted his administration's achievements since 2023 to include disbursement of 3.4 billion interest-free loan to over 8,000 businesses and conduct of first ever MSME census.
We have artisans, traders, processors, tailors, welders, and techpreneurs who wake up every morning with the courage to innovate and create and contribute meaningfully to our economy. These heroes are celebrated today. When we came in office, we made a firm commitment to reposition Katsina State as a hub for entrepreneurship and excellence.
Similarly, the state is perfecting its plans for the expansion of the Kasida Digital Academy to 3 new locations across the state and preparations for a major MSME summit in 2026. Official data reveals that micro, small and medium enterprises constitute 96% of all businesses nationwide, thereby providing livelihood for 84% of the workforce, which in turn contribute 48% to the national GDP. Abdulatif Yusuf, TVC News, Katsina.
Let's take you outside Nigeria, where a state funeral has been held in Iran for about 60 people, including military commanders and nuclear scientists killed during the 12-day conflict with Israel. Coffins draped in the Iranian flag bearing portraits of deceased commanders were flanked by crowds near Tehran's Engelab Square. The conflict ended with a ceasefire earlier this week after the U.S. became directly involved by bombing key nuclear sites in Iran. Huge crowds of mourners dressed in black chanted slogans, waved Iranian flags, and held portraits of those killed. Among those laid to rest was Mohammad Bagheri, the highest-ranking military officer in Iran, who was chief of staff of Iran's armed forces. Commander-in-chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards, Hossein Salami, and nuclear scientists, including Mohammad Mehdi Tehranchi, head of Azad University in Tehran, were also among those laid to rest. Iranian authorities said 627 people were killed in Iran, while Israel officials said 28 people were killed in Israel following missile attacks by Iran. And for some sports stories now, Kwara United claimed their first ever President Federation Cup title after reading out Giant Killers Abakaliki FC on penalty shootout. After both teams failed to break the deadlock, the game was decided via penalty shootout, with Kwara winning 4-3. The win means Kwara United have qualified alongside Abia Warriors for next season's CAF Confederation Cup. Fans, pundits and officials have praised this year's edition of the President's Federation's Cup as one of the best ever.
We tried our best, just that we couldn't convert our chances, but Alhamdulillah, for the end of the game, it's a nice victory for us and for the whole state. And inshallah, we'll make them proud.
We didn't expect even to go into the injury time. No, we didn't expect that. We worked very hard for this game. And we know Kwara. Once they do whatever they do first half, it's over. You can kill them in the second half. So we were prepared for that. Unfortunately, we had some problems with our striker who stayed too long because of an injury. So that's just it.
The football, very nice, end-to-end football game, 90 minutes, all actions. So, it could have been Abakaliki, it could have been Kwara. I'm happy for Kwara, they've been waiting forever for it. I want to commend the governor, who is the #1 citizen and #1 security person of the state. So without his support, there's nothing the FA can do. Then the support of the Lagos State Sports Commission. So now the FA, we are very, 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 we plan this thing very, very meticulous. So we make sure that, okay, this is a stadium of 5,800. So what do? We make sure that we have security personnel that over 200 on ground, so everything can be hitch-free.
Now, Women's Africa Cup of Nations champion South Africa's Banyana staged the stay-in and are refusing to train. And that's due to unpaid dues from the South African Football Association, SAFA. Banyana arrived in Morocco on Wednesday for the tournament, which will begin on the 5th of July 2025. According to the South African Broadcasting Corporation, SABC, the team boycotted their second training session on Friday after lodging complaints with SAFA. The media outfit reported that the players are demanding immediate payment of outstanding salaries for their April and June camps, which were part of Coach Desiree Ellis's WAFCON preparations. It's gathered that SAFA has reportedly failed to disburse these outstanding fees. Now, Deontay Wilder made a winning return to the ring and claimed his first victory since 2022 after completing a dominant seventh-round TKO of Tyrell Hendon in Kansas. Wilder, 44-4-1, 43 knockouts, had been beaten in 4 of his previous 5 encounters, including back-to-back losses against Joseph Parker and Zhilei Zhang, although he ended that run at the Charles Koch Arena. The Bronze Bomber scored an unconvincing knockdown in the second when an off-balance Hendon was caught by a left hook, with Wilder on top in the early rounds despite not hurting his opponent with his scoring shots. From boxing, let's talk tennis now. Emma Raducanu has been drawn against fellow Briton and world number 302, Meme Xu, in the first round of Wimbledon. Former U.S. Open champion Raducanu would face 2023 Wimbledon winner Marketa Vondrousova or 32nd seed Markatni Kessia in the second round if she beats 17-year-old wildcard Xu. In the men's draw, British number 1 Draper could take on 2014 U.S. Open winner Marin Cilic in the second round and Kazakhstan's Alexander Bublik in the third round, the player who knocked him out of the French Open earlier this month. It's time for Flashback, a recap of stories that made headlines in the course of the week. On Monday, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, issued a rebuttal to an advisory released by the United States Embassy. The United States mission in the advisory had warned all Americans to stay away from all military and government facilities in Nigeria's capital city, Abuja. It said the security warning was crucial in light of current global developments. But in his rebuttal, Nigeria's Minister of Information emphasized that Abuja remains safe for Nigerians and visitors despite the advisory. Mr. Idris assured all diplomatic missions, investors, development partners, and the general public that there is no cause for alarm. He affirmed the federal government's commitment to ensuring the safety of all residents of the Federal Capital Territory. On Tuesday, the Nigeria Police Force said 26 suspects had been arrested in connection with the coordinated and brutal killing that took place in Yelwata community, Benue State, on the night of 13th of June. The police said key masterminds, planners, and direct attackers were among those arrested and are now in custody. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, also confirmed that 47 people lost their lives. He said some of the suspects have voluntarily confessed to their roles in the carnage. Weapons, including 2 general-purpose machine guns and 8 AK-47 rifles used in the attack, were also recovered.
On June 13, 2025, between the hours of 20:30 hours and 0200 hours, armed militias invaded the Yelwata community in Guma local government area of Benue State, killing and maiming any soul on site. I am pleased to inform you today that 26 persons directly connected to this crime have so far been arrested and their weapons recovered. All 28 suspects are currently in custody and have voluntarily confessed to their individual and collective roles in this incident. As I speak, legal proceedings are being finalized and they will be arraigned in court without delay.
That same Tuesday, at the National Assembly, the Senate called for an urgent investigation into the recent flood in Mokwa and surrounding communities. It also approved an extension of the capital component of the 2024 budget to allow for completion of key projects.
On a solemn note, our senators observed a minute of silence in honor of victims of the recent flood disaster in Mokwa, Niger State, and other affected communities.
May the souls rest in perfect peace. Amen.
The Senate is now urging the federal government to launch a full-scale investigation into the incident with a view to implementing long-term solutions.
The measures put in place by the relevant MDAs to foresaw the occurrence or mitigate the devastating impact of the flood, especially in the affected communities, was not significantly fed.
Attention then turned to fiscal matters as the Senate approved a bill amending the 2024 Appropriation Act to extend the capital component deadline from June 30th to December 31st, 2025. This marks the second extension of the capital spending timeline, as lawmakers say it is necessary to allow completion of ongoing procurement processes and infrastructure projects.
In the next 6 months, all procurement process, all cash releases to assist in the implementation of the capital component of this budget will be done within the shortest possible time.
While supporting the extension, senators raised concerns over persistent delays in capital budget implementation.
You begin to hear rumors that the Minister of Finance and the Office of the Accountant General are picking and choosing projects they will finance. So many contractors have done, the artwork, remaining, the asphalt to put asphalt, but they don't have the money to do that. And once we don't extend the budget, it means those projects will be left abandoned. They will never be executed again, which is not good.
Now, the Independent National Electoral Commission on Wednesday said it received letters of intent from 110 groups seeking registration as political parties. Chairman of INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, mentions that the requests are being processed in line with relevant laws and the Commission's regulations and guidelines. The electoral body also released a full list of the 110 associations with their proposed names, acronyms, addresses, and names of their chairmen and secretaries.
Clearly, one of the topical issues on election administration in our country today is the status of the letters of intent we received from associations seeking registration as political parties, amidst partisan insinuations in some quarters that the Commission is equivocating on the matter in a manner that compromises our independence. Nothing can be further from the truth. Nigerians may recall that the same unfounded accusation was made under similar circumstances in 2013, that the Commission was not keen on the proposed merger of political parties because, according to them, INEC had merged with the ruling party.
No doubt media play a vital role in promoting free, fair and credible elections in Nigeria. Its functions goes beyond just reporting events. Media shapes public discourse and fostering transparency and strengthening democratic participation.
On Thursday, President Bola Tinubu signed into law 4 landmark bills that will comprehensively reform Nigeria's tax system. Those newly signed tax laws were described as pro-poor and are expected to ease the burden on low-income earners, small business owners, and everyday Nigerians.
The signing of a new tax administration system. This is a watershed moment in the management of Nigeria's economy. The 4 executive bills have now come full circle after journeying from the desk of President Bola Tinubu to the National Assembly for legislative input and then back to the desk of the President for his assent. The acts will now be gazetted as laws of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. They are the Nigeria Tax Act, the Nigeria Tax Administration Act, the Nigeria Revenue Service Act, the Joint Revenue Board Act.
Some tax bills
President Bola Tinubu says these laws will simplify the country's tax regime and deliver Nigeria's first major pro-people tax cuts, and also provide relief for low-income earners.
Nowhere in the world that tax reform will be any easy. At the end of the day, what you must land with is the hope to develop the people and show the right character towards the destination.
With the implementation of these new laws, more than 1/3 of workers in both private and public sectors will now be exempted completely from pay-as-you-earn tax. Taiwo Oyedele and Zach Adedeji are President Bola Tinubu's men saddled with the task of reforming the country's obsolete tax administration system. For them, the signing of the bills is just the beginning of another journey.
This is what we've explained during the course of this journey, that we have hold laws that we need to bring to states that actually match the situation that we have in our country today.
Small businesses, over 90% of small and micro nano businesses, we no longer have to worry about paying corporate income tax or charging VAT or even deducting withholding tax or paying PAYE for their employees. What this means is that there will be more money in the hands of the ordinary Nigerian to take care of their daily needs.
These bills generated so much public interest. It whipped up both religious and ethnic sentiments and divided the country along political lines. Eventually, logic prevailed, and the merits of the bills superseded the views and opinions of critics.
You will also recall that in this country, sometimes we have more than about 72 or 3 different kind of taxes, and all those taxes have been harmonized right from local government, state, and the national. And also, we did not just relent there. We looked at the bills as they brought them on how it will affect the oil and gas industry.
These new laws will now enhance President Bola Tinubu's aspiration to develop Nigeria into a $1 trillion economy by 2030.
These are live pictures from St. Lucia, where President Bola Tinubu is. He landed at St. Lucia on a 2-nation visit. His first stop is St. Lucia, where he will pay a state visit as part of efforts to deepen Nigeria's engagement with Caribbean nations and strengthen South-South cooperation. There, the president is being received by the military guard of honor there in St. Lucia. From St. Lucia, the president would then also move over to Brazil to participate in the 17th summit of BRICS in Rio de Janeiro. TVC News will be bringing you all of the updates from the president's trips, and especially how these would strengthen relations with Nigeria and improve the country's economy. We're back to Flashback, telling you what happened on Thursday. On the evening of Thursday, we reported a breakthrough in the long-running political crisis in Rivers State. Minister of the FCT and former Governor Nyesom Wike confirmed that his rift with Governor Siminalayi Fubara was resolved following a peace meeting brokered by President Bola Tinubu at the presidential villa in Abuja. The truce marked a major turning point after months of tension. Speaking after the closed-door meeting, Mr. Wike said both sides agreed to bury the hatchet and work together as one political family. National anthem being performed there with the President, Bola Tinubu, there being honored as he pays a visit to St. Lucia. He will pay courtesy calls on the Governor General, Iro Charles, and the Prime Minister, Philip Kier. And he would also make a presentation to joint session of the Senate and the House of Assembly of St. Lucia.
Now he has the move. Now he can move.
All right, National Guard of Honor serenading and welcoming President Bola Tinubu to St. Lucia for his two-nation visit. From St. Lucia, the president would be heading to Brazil for more conversations and more interactions in efforts to deepen relations with the Caribbean nations. All of that is happening to help Nigeria deepen relations with these countries and boost our interactions. Well, that's TVC News at 10. This edition featured Flashback, a recap of major stories that made the headlines in the course of the week. We thank you for watching. Please get updates on the stories you're monitoring on our website, www.tvcnews.tv. Follow us on social media, Facebook, Instagram, and X. Our handle is at TVC News NG. We are live on YouTube at TVC News Nigeria and have updates on WhatsApp at TVC News Nigeria. I am Abosedi Adeniwadrerin. Have a good night, rest.
At TVC News, wherever the big news story is happening, we're geared up to break it. TVC News, first with breaking it.
The political tension in Rivers State seems to be nearing its end as President Bola Tinubu has brokered pieces between FCT Minister Nyesom Wike and Governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara. The truce followed the landmark signing of the 4 tax reform bills into law by the President a day earlier. This is Standpoint. I am Theophilus Ilama. We begin with a major breakthrough in the political standoff that has gripped Rivers State for over a year. The long-standing crisis appears to be nearing its end as Minister of the Federal Capital Territory and former Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike announced that he and the suspended Governor Siminalayi Fubara have reached a truce. The reconciliation brokered during a late-night meeting at the presidential villa in Abuja and presided over by President Bola Tinubu brought together key players in the dispute, including suspended members of the Rivers State House of Assembly. In Wike's words, we have all agreed to work together with the governor, signaling a unified front after months of tension, public confrontations, and political uncertainty. This meeting marks the second direct engagement between President Tinubu and Governor Fubara since the president suspended the governor, his deputy, and the assembly members earlier this year, a move that stirred nationwide reactions. As images of handshakes and smiles emerge from the villa, there are strong indications that the state of emergency imposed on Rivers may soon be lifted.
With the governor, and the governor also agreed to work together with all of us who are members of the same political family. Yes, just like humans, you have a disagreement, and then you also have a time to also settle your disagreement, and that has been finally concluded today, and we have come to report to Mr. President that is what we have agreed. So
very important that this day has come to be. What we need for the progress of Rivers State is peace, and by the special grace of God this night, with the help of Mr. President and the agreement of the leaders of the states, including our leader, peace has returned in Rivers State. We'll do everything within our power to make sure that we sustain it this time around.
Former National Publicity Secretary of the APC, Timmy Frank, joins us as we unpack the details of these critical developments, what it means for the people of Rivers State, and what lies ahead of its fragile political landscape. Thank you so much for joining us, Timmy Frank. And let's discuss this quite further. Another truce brokered by President Tinubu. Can we at this time heave a sigh of relief that peace has been restored, or take it with cautious optimism?
Well, thank you very much for inviting me. First of all, let me congratulate Governor Sim Fubara for the peace deal and also congratulate the Minister for FCT, Nyesom Wike. But again, the biggest question I want to ask in this peace deal was the people of Rivers State considered in this peace move? Again, Sim Fubara needs to answer a lot of questions. You saw the video clips and the pictures of the people who went for that peace deal. It was like 10-1. The FCT minister went for that meeting with his own people, asked Sim Fubara where are his own people who supported him in this whole struggle. He went for this meeting alone. He did not go for this meeting with the interests of the Rivers people. I believe if he went for the interest of the Rivers people, at least we would have seen some certain faces with him to the villa. First of all, where is his deputy governor in all of this? He was going for such kind of peace meeting. We did not see his deputy governor with him. We did not see any member of his cabinet with him. We did not see the Rivers people who supported him with him. We did not see the so-called Ijaw leaders, the leaders who fought for him in this struggle. We did not see the political bigwigs in Rivers State that supported Sim Fubara in this whole peace deal. So the question to ask, who is this deal going to benefit? Is it the Rivers people, or Governor Wike, former governor of Rivers State Wike, or Governor Fubara? It's very clear that this peace deal will not benefit the Rivers people.
Why do you think so? Why do you think so? Why do you think it will not benefit the people of Rivers?
It will not benefit the people of Rivers because the people of Rivers was not taken along or was not even consulted from the side of Governor Sim Fubara. Sim Fubara, when this struggle started, who were the people that stood behind him? It was the Rivers people who stood behind him. It was the traditional rulers and elders. It was the Ijaw leaders and so many other people and other Nigerians who supported him, cut across party lines, who believe what happened in Rivers State was just mere political oppression by just one man. So what Fubara have demonstrated today in his desperation of getting back to power is to sacrifice everybody who supported him in Rivers State to reclaim back his suspension. But let me tell you the sad thing that Fubara should understand. I'm one of those who supported Fubara today. Everybody knows. But I've come to realize that I supported Fubara not because I like Sim Fubara or I believe in his ideology. I supported him because I believe in democracy. And I believe so many people who supported Fubara did not support him because like Wike said, it's one family. They are one family. So when this crisis started, I believe maybe if truly they are one family, Fubara would have not come to the Rivers people, the electorates, the leaders who stood by him. And that is what I'm telling you today. Trust me, this is the mind of Rivers people.
Okay, so to be frank,
you might see the political actors celebrating this victory, but this victory will not benefit the Rivers people. I repeat it. This victory will benefit the two leaders because it's going to be, the sharing formula now will now be balanced. But in a sense whereby Governor Sim Fubara today, unfortunately, is going to be an Hallelujah member. In a sense, when I mean Hallelujah member, in a sense where when you go to church and the bishop or the pastor says, praise the Lord, the members will say Hallelujah. Sim Fubara is going to be doing Hallelujah at all time with this peace deal, because this peace deal will destroy the interests, the will of Rivers people, but it will benefit two of them. Let me tell you, the mistake Fubara have done, peace is good. We wanted peace in Rivers State. We all agitated for peace. That was why we were speaking out against the injustice that took place. But we will believe in a peace that will carry everybody along, not one section of people. Look at every faces you are showing here. Tell me who is supporting Fubara in the midst of this gathering. It's just him alone. He did not even go for this meeting with his deputy governor. Does that not show you himself is a greedy person? Where is your deputy governor? Where are your commissioners in all of this? Where are the leaders and stakeholders who stood by you? Where are the Asare Dokubos who stood by you, who fought for you? Where are the Peter Otilis, the Secondus? Where are they? The Abieseki boss, the Austin Paras. These are leaders of Rivers. These are people who fought wicked standstill in Rivers. But when their crisis started, they did not go, from our own investigation and information, they did not go to SIM to support him. SIM went to this group of persons to say, please come and support me. But today, when he was negotiating his peace deal, SIM never consulted anybody within his political family, within his political group, within the people of Rivers State. So that is why he went alone. But look at Wike. Wike went there with his lawmakers. He went there with leaders from his group. So which means Wike took everybody along.
So, Timmy Frank, do you think that his back, if what you are saying is actually true, his back was against the wall? That's why he had to go alone. Some people think this isn't a reconciliation, but a surrender. Do you think that he had no other choice than to go this way if we're going by what you have just said?
Look, let me tell you, if I'm Governor Fubara, if this is the way I'm going to go for a peace deal, alone, like a loner, it would have been better if he cannot stand the pressure of this crisis anymore. It would have been better for him to resign. It would have been the best option for him, which means the fight was just to protect his interests, but not for the interests of Rivers people. This is the biggest betrayal anybody can give to his people. And I believe very soon, maybe some of the people who supported Fubara right now, when they start calling him from today, he will start avoiding their calls because he will be thinking, these were the people who put me in the trouble. Therefore, I don't want to pick up their calls anymore. I'm telling you clearly, from today, most of them, Fubara will not pick their calls anymore because he wants to please the master of Rivers State. He wants to please the emperor of Rivers State. For God's sake, let me tell you what Fubara has done today. He has weakened the strength of governors in Rivers State. We've seen governors, not just only in Rivers State, but in Nigeria, who were men from 1999 till date. But this set of governors we have in Rivers State and this set of governors we have in Nigerians, they've been like joke, whereby they are now acting like local government chairmen. You see the way the governors can get up one day and say they dissolve local government chairmen. What the governors today we are seeing in Nigeria, the kind of chicken-minded governors we have, they've created room for the president of Nigeria to wake up one morning and said, this governor, we are suspending you for no reason. We've seen governors who have fought federal government to stand still in Nigeria because they have the backing of their people. Let me give you an example. The same Rivers State, we saw former Governor Rotimi Amechi, the former transport minister. He fought Jonathan's administration to stand still, and he succeeded. Because why? The Rivers people was with Rotimi Amechi as at that time. The same way the Rivers people are with him today. But Amechi felt, I will fight for my people. I will protect the interests of my people. And he fought Jonathan's administration to stand still. This same current FCT minister, this same Wike today, he did the same thing under former President Buhari. I can tell you for so many years, out of his 8 years, Wike never visited Buhari as president of Nigeria in the presidential villa. He fought Buhari to stand still. Because as at that time, he has the support of the Rivers people. Why now, this same Fubara, in his own case, the thank you Fubara can tell the Rivers people and tell Nigerians who fought for him is to betray the trust. He believes in having the support of one man than having the support of the entire Rivers people.
Okay.
But the price he's going to pay, it might not be today, but he's going to regret and he's going to pay this price by the time he leaves as governor.
Okay, so
it might look as if he has won. It might look as if Wike has won, but I will tell you, my message to the people of Rivers State, that despite this betrayal from the both leaders in negotiating their interests and leave the Rivers people behind, in 2027, they must learn their lesson. They must vote and support a candidate of their choice, but not any candidate Fubara will come and tell them to support.
Okay.
Because we know Fubara will tell them to support the interests of Wike